Good morning, everybody. I was just enjoying the music, and I think like once I shut the music off, it doesn't come back. So I was just kind of like enjoying Twitter Spaces, like calm and relaxing music. And good morning, everybody. And existential. Good morning. Welcome. How are you doing today?
Good morning to you. I am doing well, thank you. Hope everyone else is as well.
You sound like you're on the road. Are you driving somewhere?
No, I'm enjoying my first cup of coffee out on the patio and kind of live by a busy street. So not driving and Twitter spacing.
That's good. That's good. How do you take your coffee in the morning?
I take it with a second cup of cream. So I don't
Yes.
mix them, I
Yes.
sip them together.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Wow. I don't think I've heard of that method. That's a good one.
This morning it's Kahlua cream. I don't think there's actual Kahlua in it, but
Yeah, it just has that flavor.
yes. And I'm going to enjoy it with I wanted to shout out a DCLer who has a cocoa farm and produces the chocolate used to make bars at a location that I purchased some, and it is outstanding. For those of you who know who Roots DCL is, or Garden and Gully, they actually have a build in Decentraland as well, and it's a replica of their cocoa farm, and it is some really darn fine chocolate, I must say.
So wait, Roots makes chocolate?
Roots makes he grows the beans and produces the chocolate to give to a local place that turns it into the chocolate bars. Yes, basically.
That sounds amazing. I want some. I want some of those. I wonder if you could mold them into a chocolate mold that had like an ETH address of the token address of like an NFT, and you could make an edible NFT, and then as soon as it's gone, it's burnt, and it only exists. I don't I don't know how I'd do that one, but like there could still be a NFT that goes with it on the blockchain.
You would have that NFT reminder of how good that piece of chocolate was.
Yes. Well, I bet if Roots is growing it, I bet it's some really good chocolate.
It is. It really is. It's got a great chocolate taste. Um, it melts in your mouth very nicely, and it also has some hint of fruit. Um, I'll try to pull up the website that I ordered it from and post it, if that's okay. And the website even tells you, it gives you some pairings to go with the chocolate, such as a type of wine or even beer, that would be good, that tastes good with the chocolate itself as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'd love to see that. I did not know Roots had a build in Decentraland, and I didn't know that they had chocolate. So that's awesome. I'm gonna have to check
I
that out.
think the build is relatively new and it's still in progress. You can still get the general idea, but uh, my understanding is there's hopes to make it a bit more interactive as well. So it's pretty cool. I just found out myself uh, over the weekend, so I had a nice little conversation with them.
That's awesome. That is definitely something. I don't think we have any chocolatiers in Decentraland. You know, we've got Wisher vodka and what else do we have? Different brands. We've got the big brands, but that's really cool. That's awesome to see somebody coming in with that. And good morning, Zinful. How are you today?
I am present. I'm
That's
here.
enough. That's all we need. We're just glad that every one of you guys down there and the listeners are here. And we'd like to invite you, if anybody would like to come up and get our Wednesday morning started with any conversation, any new updates coming in Decentraland that you're excited about. Let's see, while you're up here, One Existence, do you have any cool things that you're working on or bringing into the metaverse this week?
Well, I guess I have been working with Tobik a little bit on getting the DCL first ever DCL awards put together. We gathered all the nominees and for categories and the nominees for those categories, and we've sent out some requests for some judges, which we are keeping anonymous, but we did try to make a great select group of them, a broad range, to try to include as many as possible and try to make it as fair as possible. Of course, this is the first time go round, so there will probably be some opportunities to improve upon for another one next year. And now that people will know that there is such a thing, hopefully they'll pay some attention and remember to nominate something they come across throughout the year.
Okay, that's awesome. Is there an event that's going to kick that off, like in the we should be watching for?
There is the ceremony is supposed to take place on March 10th. I don't know the official time, but the location will be at Golfcraft.
Okay, that's good to know. Just keep us informed on that, and love to hear more and celebrate so many talented people in our community. Yeah, it's. I feel blessed being surrounded by so many people that are so willing to help out. It's been pretty cool to see, especially like the FAFO thread in the Discord. For those of you that have been coming in and asking questions like me or the people that are there that can answer the questions. It's been awesome just to see people, be so willing to help out. And so anytime we can uplift and like spotlight other people in our community, I think that's really, really important. And while we're talking, Roots just showed up in the build. So I don't know, Roots, are you here? Their ears must have been ringing. I don't see them. But they had me at chocolate.
Well, I did mention to him that I was going to shout him out in the space today, so maybe they'll stop by.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. These spaces are pretty open and loose, and people just kind of wake up and roll in when they make it. And so, yeah, some people are ready to come up and speak, and some people, it's easier to chat in the text, and that's good too. Good morning, DeFi Blockchain University. I see you've come up to speak.
GM, Canessa, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good. So I'm super bullish on the metaverse and Decentraland and Mana, right? And I'm really hoping the next bull run really, gets things going again.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that's just kind of the natural progression. We grow, we slow, we grow, we slow, and then I think it'll be interesting to see what the next bull run brings. Do you have any predictions? Anything you think is possible that it's going to bring to the table?
So everybody in Web3 is bullish on like the next bull run, right? But I would say something specific is AI, ChatGPT specifically.
Yeah, AI is it's kind of blowing my mind, to be honest. I haven't used ChatGPT, but just AI for art. It both like captures my imagination and I hate it at the same time because as an artist I'm like, no,
Right, right.
how can AI?
So AI isn't anything new to anybody. Like the Apple Siri came out, 2009 or something. Amazon Alexa AI came out after that. Star Wars and AI, robots and AI. The only thing really new is Web3 and AI. So, like AI bots in Web3 that can code blockchains.
Oh, that scares me a little to think about like AI programming a blockchain. I don't know why I think I'd rather have a human code it. I feel like, I mean, maybe it's like Terminator 2, just kind of like giving me some flashbacks. But I feel like if AI programmed it, like, I don't know, they could put some fail safes in there, or like Age of Ultron.
Right.
Like, I
Well,
don't
the,
know.
the reason that the world needs this now is because everything in the past has just led to recession and depression. And the American economy is in debt and trillions of dollars in debt. Inflation is up, so something's gotta change.
Yes, definitely. I think also, like in some ways, is that just part of the human experience? And what if the more human element we take out of our world, the more, I don't know, if it adds a robotic or like a artificial element, what if we lose some of those pieces of us that we
Right. I
see
mean,
as chaos?
obviously, we're going to lose something, but in hopes to gain something better.
Yes, absolutely. What do you think we would gain?
Well, I mean, it would be the same thing we would lose. So we would lose, like, let's say, our human nature side of things, and we would gain technological advancements.
Yeah, I definitely see how that could happen. I wonder if like AI will be added to places like Decentraland, the metaverse, with like NPCs, just like really the ability to go up to an entity like a character and be able to ask questions. I mean, I feel
Yeah, I
like
mean, it's
why
kind of already
couldn't we
like
just
that too.
add?
The in the ice poker places, the frogs.
Oh yeah, Pepe.
Yeah, Pepe the Frog, ice poker dealer is like an NPC, right? And the fact that
Yes, yes.
that he's like there to like deal cards is kind of like AI.
That's not really AI at all, though. Right? I mean, AI is artificial intelligence. That's man-made intelligence that has been applied to an NPC. So if you go to my library, there's an NPC that will give you course credits and teach you how to take courses. But I mean, none of that's AI.
Well, I mean, the definition of AI is a lot of AI factors. So, I
I
mean,
don't.
that's definitely a form of AI.
Human intelligence being implemented into an NPC is not artificial intelligence. AI. So I mean, there are a couple of things. There's automated intelligence, which could be argued as AI, but I think we all talk about AI as artificial intelligence here. And for it to be artificial intelligence, that Pepe would have to have, for example, learned how to deal cards by being fed information about card dealers. And in this case, that's not how Pepe learned to deal. Pepe was given hard-coded instructions on how to deal cards, making it an NPC.
But he's not really dealing cards. He's just there.
Yeah, take him away and it still happens. It's still not AI.
Yeah,
though.
exactly. So that's what I'm saying, is to incorporate that into that.
Have any of you just plugged it into ChatGPT and you just take over the chat?
I love ChatGPT.
It's super easy.
And I haven't. Are you saying that you can plug ChatGPT into Decentraland?
I've done it already. I'll send a prototype next week, but I'm just doing it with NPCs. Basically, like the dialogue can take over. Like you don't need, you said, put it perfectly when you said like it was pre-coded for Pepe. Like what we're doing is basically we no longer need to prepare the dialogue, which is great. We can just plug it into a GPT and we're good to go.
That is fucking fascinating. That is so cool. But I guess so okay, really interesting on the ChatGPT subject. And something I did want to talk about, but I don't want to. I know it's a big conversation that everybody's talking about, District X and districts. It's a really fucked up situation if you actually look at the way that the Decentraland Foundation has legally structured this. But so I got ChatGPT for the sole reason of asking it about whether or not the foundation would be responsible in this situation. And I was like, okay, there's no way this chat system knows this much about Decentraland. And I gave it a prompt that was like, is the foundation ethically, responsible for supporting the DAO in legal situations? And it gave me a response that broke down exactly what the DAO is, exactly what the DCL Foundation is, and then got into ethical versus legal responsibilities on the foundation and DAO end. But then I typed in, who is DCL Curations? And it responded, I have no fucking idea. And so it's interesting, with that chat bot being implemented into your NPC character. If it's like, hey, how's this virtual library work? It's going to be like, I do not fucking know.
I do know that like projects like Rovi will soon be like implementing a feature where they are putting AI into their Rovies. I don't know whose hand was that.
Chat bot? So if Twitch chat had ChatGPT, I mean, didn't that already happen? I remember when there was just bots in the chat.
Zesty was up.
To the Twitch bot part, sorry, Zesty, I'll let you go. Are we talking about Nightbot and
Let's say
Streamlabs and stuff like that?
Nightbot, Element Bot, or whatever. Well, I mean,
those are set by timers.
Right. I mean, the different bots. What I'm saying is there's different bots on Twitch in your chat already, like a chat bot. You know what I mean? So, how would ChatGPT an AI chat bot, is pretty much what it is, be incorporated into Twitch chat?
I can answer there if that's okay, Zesty.
Yeah, go right ahead.
So people, long time no speak. I'm not going to be staying too long, but I haven't joined one of these spaces in ages, and I can be an hour late just for the sake of joining a space. I've been obsessed with GTPs lately. So I managed to build my first GPT about 2 weeks ago. It's one of the reasons why I'm so quiet. I've just been so immersed on the AI front. I had to learn Python to be able to do it, which is, for those of you that don't know, I'm a fresh new coder. So I've only learned how to code 10 months ago. But ChatGPT has really changed that now. The world is quite literally at your fingertips. One thing that is really important to be aware of, and it's related to DCL Creation's point on when he was asking you questions about the DAO, a GPT is a transformer. What you're effectively talking to over there is a mathematical algorithm that calculates the probability of the next token or the next character or the next phrase to be printed next by the algorithm. So effectively, you feed it millions upon millions of data points, and you tell it how these data points are correlated to each other with a process we call training, which I'm sure you've all heard of. And through that training process, you're giving the algorithm context to understand how all the different data points relate to each other. So in the case of like asking it questions about Decentraland, as long as it has information like stored within it about decentralization, about DAOs, about metaverse spaces, about foundations and nonprofits, and legal conundrums that can come about those said problems, it's going to give you a response. It probably didn't give you a response with regards to your identity as a user because it likely doesn't have DCL curations as a term like inbuilt within its training data. However, that's something you can build supplementary on top of it. So there's no need to be sad about it because you can actually build on top of it and make your own character that's talking about DCL curations. Who's the best person in DCL to follow? Like, and that's something you can train and build yourself supplementary to it with an open source fork. The same can be done for Twitter bots and Twitter chats. However, you must segregate. Like, you need utility. So remember that what makes a GPT cool is that it can algorithmically vomit context according to what you feed it. So, for example, one cool way a Twitter bot can be upgraded is to reverse engineer the GPT so that it will be expensive, but every single message sent into the chat is fed into a very simple GPT like Babbage, for example, which is one of the 4 GPTs or multiple GPTs behind ChatGPT, which will do what's called a sentiment analysis. Like, is this person spreading hate speech? Is he, him, they, whatever? Is this user being hateful? Are they breaking the community rules? And the AI itself can be able to decide on that as way better than pre-coding everything as the current bots are right now. So, for example, with current filters, if you use the word fuck or shit or any censored word, it will pick it up. In this case, it can even understand like the hidden context behind your messages, like your passive aggressiveness will be something it will be able to read basically because of how all the strings are arranged with each other. But please do remember that it's not sentient. You're not talking to a Skynet. You're not talking to an entity that is cognitively aware. It is a mathematical algorithm that is, simply put, predicting what should come next based on what was fed to it. And that is very important, like to center around the debate, to understand what we're talking about there. Hope that makes sense. And sending all of you a bunch of love. I can't wait until we start prototyping this tech in Decentraland. I posted a tweet like 2 days ago just because I was playing with ChatGPT, trying to see how these GPTs can allow us to make building scenes easier. Because as metaverse architects, we do have the obligation to disrupt ourselves, and it's looking really cool. So I'm excited to see where this is going to go.
Shawnee, on that note, what do you think of the DCL Builder AI project?
I'm not familiar with it, but I'd love to learn more.
So, long story short, it was a proposal that passed, I think, in December. They're getting funding for it, and it's essentially AI generated scenes is what they're working on.
I'd have to. Sorry.
And they say the model is going to be open sourced, or at least made available,
as it should be if it's funded by the DAO. However, like if I were to give an opinion on it, as any other coder would say, like I'd need to see the code.
Right, but just the fact that we now live in a world where we can do AI generated art and music and text, and there's this project getting funded to do scenes. There's a lot of potential for weirdness, and I think it's going to be the fun kind of weird.
Totally, and I think that's the biggest risk with AI tech. On the flip end, if it's not the good kind of weird, like technology is ethically agnostic. Like it doesn't sway to one side. It's how we use it that really it says more about ourselves rather than the technology instead. Right. So I think there's going to be so many interesting conversations around this in the year ahead.
It's like back in the day, I had an IRC bot. It was one of those things. Anytime I would like make an IRC server, I had this fixation that I must have this bot that I took it was a Markov chains bot essentially, which is basically, think of all the GPT models as like Markov chains on like steroids. So you take Sun Tzu's Art of War, Musashi's Book of Five Rings, and then maybe mix in something. Machiavelli's The Prince, just to give it like a different flavor. Combine all of these books together in one text file. Boom, you've got the seed for greatness. So anytime it would, every so often, while people would chat, it would just vomit out something that was an amalgamation of those three books, and that was always fun for me. It was also fun to take other people's chats from IRC logs, strip out the names and the timestamps, and just have the text, and just hit off of that. Stand up another bot. At one point, I
Do
had
you still have that data,
bots
Zesty?
running, just chatting at each other like that.
Do you still have those text files and that data?
No, but I could recreate something like that if I felt like it.
You should, and I can share one of my repositories, like they're open source, plug it in as a JSON file, and it will spew it out from a GPT instead.
I mean, all I did was I used, I think it was called Markovsky. Pretty simple IRC bot, but that was like years ago. Everything we have now is like way more sophisticated. The other thing, the reason I originally stepped up, we were talking about like the future of AI, and I'm just sitting over here giggling because we've already, like, it's been a little over a month, but there were articles in early to mid-January about like script kiddies using ChatGPT to write malware for them, and that still cracks me up.
I think what's really scary is this is something I was thinking about yesterday. It's helping me so much in my day-to-day workflow. It's insane how much content I can create and how much faster everything is for me. It's just terrifying to see what can be done if it's used in the wrong hands, or how conglomerates will use it, or even from the simple perspective of geopolitics and cyber warfare. Like, when I open social media nowadays from the geopolitical perspective, the things that I see are starkly terrifying, and this is only going to accelerate like the digital divides between different groups of people, especially in relation to this concept of like post-truth, like what is true and what is false, and what is fake news and what is real, and how that's dividing nations, specifically in the West that like have an open democracy. It's quite scary, like seeing how these technologies now can really start aggressively feeding into this new paradigm. Just like DCL Creation said before, like you can ask ChatGPT a question about is the foundation responsible for this, and it gives you a perfectly reasonable argument as to, or at least when you read it, right, like it's setting up like a good argumentative framework with regards to how the foundation could be responsible for X, Y, and Z. But then when you actually break down the proper data, it might not exactly be the case. I don't know, I'm just scared. I'm fascinated and scared, and this was something that came into my mind last night.
And your point about post-truth, just the fact that deepfakes are getting like better over time, that's concerning too.
Have you guys seen the NVIDIA thing where like it looks like you're looking at your camera while you're not?
Oh yeah.
But like, can you imagine how this could be used in politics? Like that's what scares me. Like last night I was listening to Putin's address, like his State of the Union, and the malinformation was evident to anyone listening, or at least the translated versions that I found, because that's question number one. Like, right, is the translation correct, or am I being fed like Western propaganda while listening it in the language of my choice? But then supplementary to that, like if you just have a proper deepfake and you use that to be able to fuel your political agenda, like next thing you know, you can have Western politicians talking about how pedophilia is like an important aspect of Western like sociological like contracts, you know, like
I watched one and I shared it on a meme Discord that's basically that. It's what you're talking about, except it's like Tucker Carlson talking about a particular Pokemon, and I'm not going to get into it. If you know where to find it, good, and if not, well, you just need to make cooler friends, I guess. Sorry. But I was like, I was watching the mouth movements, and it's like, okay, yeah, this is definitely, like, obviously a fake. But holy shit, I had a good laugh this morning. While still thinking, oh man, we're like a year or two away from this being an actual problem.
I mean, in terms of like scalability, I feel like AI will be one of those things that, like, I mean, like you guys said, it's been around, but not until like January of this year did it like blow up like this. Now imagine another year of this exponential growth.
Yeah, I mean, you look at like AI in games, and I think of this. So I've got a couple of oh god, it's basically a Go game for the Super Nintendo that has its own special chip just for handling like the AI. That game will never be emulated properly, probably because it used a one-off ARM chip that was just like soldered onto the cartridge board just for handling the artificial intelligence. But like, you're not going to run like anything like really sophisticated off of that. And now, look at, now it's like, oh, you just shove a bunch of GPUs with a lot of VRAM into a box and download some model files and pretty much do whatever the hell you want. And it's all off the shelf.
I just wanted to add, and maybe this will. I don't know when DCL curation, the name, came into play. One thing to keep in mind too, though, is that with the AI ChatGPT, it only goes back so far. I think it's currently up to the year 2021, if I'm not mistaken. But also, the other guy mentioned something about creating your own blockchain. It may give you the code to do that, but it's not going to update it for security purposes or to keep up to date code. That's still something somebody has to do themselves.
If I may, that is correct. However, there is a way to be able to plug it into like the internet. So like the most recent like articles, papers, searches, on what's happening in the present day. Which I'm not really sure how I can share it. I do have a tweet about it somewhere, but I'll put it like as a reply to this. It's just basically like how to plug in ChatGPT into the internet, but like into Google searches and get the latest, freshest data. And one important thing as well from an academic standpoint, if you're interested to learn more about what changed basically, so the rise of GPTs, because like was rightly said, artificial intelligence has been here for quite some time. All you need to do is ask Kubrick and his early 2000 movie for that. So it's no new concept, but what changed is this paper called "Attention is All You Need." So if anyone over here like has ever like coded the GPT, they've likely read it. It was published in 2017, ironically by Google. And that's what kind of changed everything. It's where this thing called the transformer was created. The GPT basically is built on that paper. So if you're ever interested, it's called "Attention is All You Need." It's a groundbreaking paper, and it's what's allowed transformers and GPTs such as this to take a massive leap forward, basically.
If you do find it, pin it at the bottom, and then I'll put it at the top for everyone as well. And curations, is your hand up for like the current topic or for the fun topic?
Which one's the fun topic?
I don't know.
It's for all the topics. I got lots to say. So DCL curations to Existence's comment, I believe. I started in, I think, 2020, late 2020. And DCL Curations didn't become an official entity until like it's 2023, so 2020, late 2021. And so you know what, maybe ChatGPT is just catching up, but guarantee I responded and said this is an inaccurate response and gave them an amazing piece of information to use for DCL Curations for further questions. But then on the topic of like, this is really putting your the world at your fingertips, and it's only a matter of time until it gets into the wrong hands. And how can politicians use this? It's like politicians are already doing this shit. AI isn't really going to change anything, in my opinion. Like, they already hire people and spend millions of dollars having whatever sort of speech and whatever sort of position and ideology crafted into something that they can present to a group of individuals that they can influence. And so sure, now they might leverage Chat GPT instead of a full-blown writing team or something like that, but at the same time, I don't see how it would, like, the only way I could see it like truly being a negative impact is if Chat GPT was then programmed to spread all of these ideas across multiple accounts and social medias. But again, we already have real people that are doing that shit, so like real people already spread lies, fake truths, and hate around the world. So I don't really see the issue with a bot giving people the ability to do that. But at the same time, bot in good hands means that it's a constant battle between good and bad. Honestly, it'll never end.
If I may, can I?
Of course.
I promise I'll keep it. I agree and disagree. In the sense, yes, it's always a balance between good and bad. But I really think we're really not prepared for what's about to come. We were really not prepared for what's about to happen, I think, genuinely. Most of you are American, from what I can tell, or from the ones I know at least. So I'll be careful with regards to what I can say or what I should say. But like when I look at the state of the union at the moment, the state of the US right now, I doubt. It's scary to see how divided, for example, the US is right now. And now, keep this in mind that I see that from the perspective of a European, so from an outside lens, and I thought the fractures in American society and politics would ease in, like over the years, like would lessen, like it would, some form of common ground would be found. But even when I isolate, for example, specific political debates that are happening in the US related to geopolitical risk and the influence of the US geopolitically speaking with regards to just foreign protocols and what's being done in the field of security, it's very scary to see a nation that, because fundamentally, like if I was in Russia's shoes, like most of my cyber attacks would be happening on Twitter, on Facebook, attempting to divide the social narrative to the point where anything that could go against my interests is questioned on the domestic level. And that's geopolitically speaking like a threat coming from Russia in that sense, which is just right in your face. But then one must also question, like, what happens if you're dealing with the internet as a tool and you fundamentally have different kinds of internet, like existing in our current day. You have free internet where people can easily connect and share information, and ideally data is sovereign or at least protected by those that own that said data. Or you can have isolated networks, very similar to how China runs its whole infrastructure, for example, where all information from the West is fed in, but barely anything ever comes out of that echo chamber. And why I'm trying to make this point, because I do really believe that the data is going to be, wars are going to be fought over data. And we are at Sinful said a word before that's so important, exponential. Like the GPT was created in 2017. For sure, there are government agencies that have been using this for at least 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. But irrespective for how long you've been using it, you still need time. So time is still a factor that remains in play with regards to being able to expand that model. It's one thing you can't escape. No, like you can, like Zesty was saying, you can plug in an extra 1,000 GPUs into it. You can, like hypothetically, for sure, but you're still going to be limited by the processing time of that collective engine, or that collective training pool of data. There's always a plateau point. Basically, you're just going to have to wait for it to get better and better. So if we just assume that governments have started using these technologies in 2017, and really started like using them and implementing them, let's say in early 2021, we're nowhere close to seeing the colossal impact like that these large machine learning systems can have on the social contract, on what we deem to be true and false. We're suffering as a society from post-truth and understanding how the hell do we define truth today. And the biggest threat over there is that it's no longer a bot that's spamming the same message over and over and over and over again. We're talking about content over here that can be framed logically, that can be meticulously and methodologically trained and built and expanded over decades if needs be, and used to fulfill purposes that are often malicious and very difficult to be able to see at face value, just because we're dealing with data sets over here that are very hard to comprehend with regards to how expansive and large they are from the perspective of the data pool. So I'm just to finish on this point, like I think the only like logical point is that we have no idea what's coming. It's very likely going to be new and disruptive and alien in a sense as well. And the best thing we can do in 2023 or like in this current moment is to try and educate ourselves on this, on how these technologies work. So at the very bare minimum, we can understand at the surface layer what the hell is going on with regards to what these technologies represent, what they can do, and the importance of protecting our data and pushing for data sovereignty as well.
So I like 100% agree with everything you said, but I just take a little bit of a different perspective to it. You say, you know, with governments having the power to utilize these AI bots to form narratives and build persuasive narratives over decades, you know, that's modern day time, right? Back in the day, people just had cohorts of other individuals that were forming other narratives. And it's so interesting because nowadays that we have information so readily available at our fingertips, it's like it's a completely different world than back in the day when phones and the internet didn't exist and all you had is newspapers and you had a group of people in a room and they were like, this is the narrative we're going to push. And guess what? We're not just pushing this narrative this week. No, we're pushing this narrative for decades. We're going to push this until nobody can push back. And so I feel like that's always existed and now it exists in a different form. But it's interesting because it kind of went away at some point in that intermediary time between no technology and new technology. There was almost like this kind of peaceful period that people existed in. But now it's going back in a very divisive way. And to your point, the United States is extremely segregated right now, blue and red. Like, it is not getting better. It's only getting more and more out of control. And I mean, these people, they need to protect their positions, you know, in their mind. And maybe they can use chat GPT in order to, you know, further that, right? But I don't think that asset really changes the way that these people function. These people that are doing these things either want to utilize something to tell the truth or to push a narrative. And that's been true for, I mean, eternity, right? Yeah, your hands up.
Yeah, totally. But it can be very much linked, for example, to the creation of the printing press back in the 14th century, which really back in the time, like, so this was based in Europe. Fundamentally, it was a big power struggle. In fact, I'm not sure if any of you are aware of the Protestant Revolution, where there was this guy called Martin Luther in Gutenberg, Germany, that like nailed a 90-point thesis to a church door in Wittenberg, Germany, and it was basically like the start of a revolution against the Catholic Church, focused on theological debates, simply put. But the big fight of the day with regards to information was that the printing press suddenly allowed individual movements like the Protestant movement to be able to pump out their arguments in a faster way than was ever than anyone could ever be prepared for. And there was a big power struggle between the church at the time and individuals pushing for the printing press to be given more power to be able to just make information accessible. In fact, what's interesting is that the big barrier back then for it to be effective was not the ability to print, because suddenly printing information was possible and doable and can be done in mass and can be manufactured. The issue then was the majority of individuals in society were illiterate, so they could not read the information that was being given to them. I think that there's a similar paradigm happening now, like with the introduction of this new technology with regards to having literacy focused around the technologies that influence us on a day-to-day basis. Even when I look at the DCL curations, like you mentioned that the US has never been as divided as it was today. And it's a matter of blue and red.
That might not be entirely accurate. Maybe
That's it.
There was a civil war, okay, but yeah, continue.
If we take ourselves back to Lincoln's days, for example, the separation between red and blue was very clear, but it was also rooted in some form of value or some form of political theory that you could use to try and assign those states or assign those individuals with regards to what they're fighting for or what they're separating themselves for. But there was a theorem, a philosophy, an idea, a value. And one thing that scares me about today's paradigm, today's status quo, is that the segregation is often not binary. It's usually not a matter of for and against, or not a matter of red and blue. Like the segregations found within red and blue are often extremely stark and extremely diverse as well, where it's more like a fragmented mosaic of a society as opposed to a bipolar society or a bicameral society where it's a 2 or 4 or in favor or against argument. And I think that's where it really starts getting scary. And that's also where the problem of post-truth is something that starts making me at least anxious, because it's not we agree on most things, but on this one we disagree. It's more like we've practically forgot what makes us, in this case, American to begin with, and we've lost common ground on practically everything, where we seemingly can't agree on anything anymore, which is something that really terrifies me. And just to link it to this point, and then I will shut up and let existence take the floor. What scares me about GPTs themselves is that we mentioned the exponential rate in which they can grow. And one thing we often talk about in literature, and that is this thing called the singularity. The singularity is a point in time where the exponential growth of these technologies are way faster than anything we can do to slow them down, where there's like this runaway effect, where it's just so fast and improving so quickly and getting so optimal that you can't stop it. It's kind of like that Frankenstein problem, where you've just created a monster you can't control. And I fear that with GPTs, we're going to have a massive headache, where I like right now as Shawnee, I can be a fucking young adult like on a tiny island in the Mediterranean and start just launching misinformation attacks on different social groups, when all I need is the intent. And that's what scares me, because again, linking it back to the point you mentioned earlier, it's almost always a matter of good and bad. There's good and bad people around. There's always going to be malicious intent. And if we don't empower ourselves, at least with a baseline degree of literacy to understand what these technologies are, we can fall victim to them and then end up becoming victims of our own creations, simply put.
I know Existence, you have your hand up. I just want to respond to that really quickly. I mean, I again, I agree, but and like, so a lot of people think that this is bad. So, okay, I used to work at a law firm, and then I wanted to go into law. And then I got an internship, and I was working for the Dallas GOP. And I got to meet people like Carly Fiorina while they were running for office. Actually, I think they were running against Trump at that time. And so, that was an exciting time for me. And then I realized, oh my God, Nobody is fucking doing anything. And then I stopped pursuing law. I stopped pursuing politics, and I have not voted in politics since. And a lot of my friends are like, this is your right. It's a democracy. Like, you have to vote. And I'm like, dude, look, like, there's no fucking right way to vote right now. And people don't understand this, and people obviously don't understand really what is going on. And so from my perspective, I'm like, okay, person R or person B gets put into office. Either way, I've now got to deal as a business owner and as a person. I've got to deal with some new shit now. But I don't believe in what any of them are doing, because they're just fighting over bullshit all the time, spending hundreds of millions of dollars, not making the world a better place, not helping people understand legitimate issues, not teaching them. And so I just focus on my own thing. And I honestly feel like there's some sort of major shift that is going to happen over the next probably decade or so that really changes that. And I think that we are kind of a driving force for that kind of change. But I think it's going to be an overwhelming change. And I think, like, so right now, from a political standpoint, I just think basically everybody is wrong. Nobody is willing to find common ground. Nobody is willing to say, hey, this is in the best interest for everybody, whether that's in the United States, whether that's in France, or whether that's in like all of Europe or the entire world. Nobody is willing to come to the table and be like, this is what is in the best interest for all of us. And it's pretty fucked up. But we have a decentralized collective globally that I feel like is very interested in doing that. And these politicians, I guarantee you, no president of the United States knows how to operate Chat GPT, right? Like, the leaders of the world do not understand this technology, but we do. And I saw the thumbs down, like, okay, yeah, maybe they can hop on Chat GPT and type it in, but I guarantee you they're not going to know how to train the AI bot. And I think that there's a big toppling coming, not just in the United States, but I think globally in the way that things are looked at. I think there's going to be a large globalization movement. And I think for us in this position, leveraging this technology is, an asset.
Thank you, Curations. Thank you. And Existential, your hand has been up.
Well, I thought how great would it be if we could combine the two topics of chocolate and Chat GPT. So I actually asked Chat GPT, and it mentions that recipe generation. Chat GPT is a language model that is capable of generating text, including recipes. It could potentially generate a recipe for a chocolate dessert. Chocolate tasting. Chat GPT could provide a virtual chocolate tasting experience where it describes the flavors and textures of, and I'm going to say this name wrong, I bet, but it's Ko'olau Poco chocolate, and compares them to other types of chocolate. Sustainable agriculture. Both Ko'alo Poco chocolate and Chat GPT have a focus on sustainability. It could produce a flavor profile analysis. It could go into chocolate history, so on and so forth. And what it has to say about this chocolate is, overall, it's a unique and high-quality chocolate maker that is committed to sustainability and supporting local agriculture. Their chocolate is a reflection of the rich flavors and cultural heritage of Hawaii, and is well worth trying if you are a chocolate lover.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Speaking of chocolate, we do have Roots DCL up here. Thank you for being so patient, dude. How you been?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that Chat GPT statement that you made, I agree with it 100%, and it's really interesting that it seems to know, it seems to know about. I don't know if it knows specifically about Ko'olau. You said it perfectly, actually. Ko'olau Poco, um, uh, chocolate, or does it just know artist in chocolate and kind of puts those words together. I'm not sure, but anyways, yeah, that's really interesting, and the recipes I think are good, and I used AI to write some poems, write some songs, manipulate photos, and some other things. Edit mostly like editing copy that I've made. It's like, okay, I'll put this copy into Chat GPT and just ask it for suggestions, and it says, oh, you should use a punctuation here, or you should put these sentences together, and then you can pick and choose which suggestions to use and make your writing better. So I've used it that way, and I think it can be really good.
Nice, nice. And what was the pronunciation of the chocolate of the company? It was actually pretty fun. I think I almost.
The company is called Manoa.
Oh, okay.
And then they make, I don't know, 50 different types of chocolate bars, mostly from Hawaii, but also using chocolate from around the world. And chocolate has become very similar to wine in that you can have destination chocolate locations, and it's different depending on using wine terms, the terroir, and then of course the master fermenter, and then the master chocolatier, um, all add different aspects to either manipulate the flavor or bring out the true flavor in that chocolate. and and so in my area, we call my area Ko'olau, the greater area Ko'olaupoko. It's about a 30-mile stretch that is at the base of the Ko'olau mountain range. And the mountain range is about 2,000 feet tall and goes straight up. We have vertical valleys here. It's mostly unclimbable. I don't know if you've ever seen pictures of the Stairway to Heaven, but that's in my neighborhood. And it's a closed trail now, but it's basically a ladder, a stairway that goes straight up this mountain. Um, so yeah, our area is called Ko'olau Poko, and then the chocolatier will also, there's every valley basically that grows cacao can have its own chocolate bar, and there's I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 different valleys in Hawaii that are known for its cacao farming.
Dude, I can get I oh my god, the whole chocolate tasting portion of what you just said like just blew me away because I could see myself, tasting some chocolate. Oh my god. Okay, we'll
Yeah,
probably
so
have
just like
right.
how Napa is known, you get into your car and you go from one winery to the other, and they might be using the same grapes, but maybe their soil is a little different here, maybe their fermenter does a little different technique over here, and then maybe they what barrels do they put it in, and what additives do they add to it, and how long does it sit, and all that stuff creates a different type of wine. And the same thing is happening with chocolate. It's really very interesting. And you can go to Manoa Chocolate and just about any time of day, and get a tour, and you go to the chocolate bar, and you sit at the bar, and someone brings you 12 pieces of different chocolates and gives you stories about it, and you taste one chocolate, and then they have wine there, and then you can taste with some wine, or you can taste with different foods, um, and uh, and and uh, and learn about the chocolates and the different flavors. And then they'll even bring you the bean that it was started with. It's like, okay, taste this bean, and then tell me which one of these chocolates came from this bean. And people don't get it right very often, but it's still kind of a fun activity.
So tell me, is chocolate and the Decentraland the move for you moving forward?
It's been a kind of a dream of mine for maybe a year and a half to do that, and I I have no graphic skills, right? You know, SDK, I mean, I didn't even know how to open a file. I didn't know what a GLB was or any of that kind of thing. So, um, I'm just kind of learning now, and my build was built by Judas. I just kind of directed him on it, and he did exactly what I asked him to do, and I love what he did. Um, and I've mentioned it to Manoa Chocolate and said, "Hey, I want to build this cacao orchard in Decentraland, and maybe have a link to Manoa Chocolate." And they just kind of looked at me weird. But you know, now that it's there, maybe they might be more interested.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Maybe they'll start having like a monthly order of like from like someone in Florida, real soon. You'll be like
Yeah.
the results of the metaverse, and then they'll look at you a little more seriously. um,
Right. Yeah. I don't know if there's any, you know, I've never ordered from the website, but I don't know if there's any memo that you can put in there. But it'd be neat to, you know, where did you hear about us kind of thing. It's like, oh, so existence. I don't know if you can speak to that. Was there anything like that?
I did not see anything when I placed my order. I do want to add, I did put in the comments for the room. I did include a picture of the back of the package, which gives you. I didn't notice this at first, but it gives you the pairings that go
Yeah.
with your chocolate on the side, and there's
Mhm.
also a flavor profile, which I said I would rate your chocolate in the space on a scale 1 to 10. It rates at least an 8 to 10, but I give it a 10. And there definitely is this slight hint of some sort of fruit. I think you said pitted fruit. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I get out of it. Kind of a pit fruit. You know, a lot of chocolates, especially when you're dealing with, you know, artisan chocolates and, you know, not milk added chocolates. You get either a floral flavor or an alcoholic flavor or a, you know, fruity flavor or a pit fruit flavor. And I think the same thing is with wine. You know, is this more flowery? So, I mean, is it more floral or is it more fruity? And if it's fruity, is it, you know, ripe fruit or is it pit fruit? And yeah, so I get a pit fruit and a little bit of alcohol flavor out of it, which makes sense because the fermentation of the bean, it is alcoholic. And we take that juice and then not distill it, we ferment it more and make a, you know, like a 7-day wine out of it. And I wouldn't say it's great, but it's definitely an interesting flavor to have as like an aperitif, but you know, I'm not drinking full glasses of it.
And I've only tried yours so far, but I also did purchase the rum chocolate bar as well, which I'm
Yeah, so
excited to
the
try.
rum chocolate bar, that's interesting. So when we ferment our beans, we get about 20 farmers together, and we do it every 2 weeks. And we separate according to valley. So there's a Waimanalo ferment, and there's a Kahalu ferment, and there's a Ko'olaupoco ferment, and then there's a, you know, one farm that is the main farm where we do the fermentations at. He likes to pull his and do his own farms ferment, and so we do all these different ferments, and you know, you can really kind of taste the differences, even though they're all kind of done the same way. They're it has a lot to do with the quality of the start of the bean and then the fermentation.
All I can say is it's really, really good.
And I would take those pairings with a grain of salt. You know, I don't know really. That's one person's opinion, and you know, sometimes they just want more copy on the back of it. I would say, you know, pair it with all kinds of things. The one thing I would not do with it is to throw it in your ice cream. You'll just totally lose all the nuances of the chocolate by putting it in some vanilla ice cream.
It goes well with coffee, though, Canessa.
Good, good. And then don't put it in the freezer. Never put chocolate in the freezer.
oh my God, I feel like it just loses every ounce of flavor.
Yes. So yeah, so it's a fun. I would consider it a hobby. I don't make much money on it. The farmer gets paid $2.25 a pound of wet beans, and a pound of wet beans is probably about 10 pods, and so we don't make a lot of money on it, but the more trees you have, the more opportunity you have to make money on it. So sometimes instead of giving our beans to the chocolatier, we'll just keep them at home and do our own little ferment, and then we have all the equipment, the melanger and um, the winnower and it's kind of funny. There's this machine that's widely known everywhere. It's called the Frankenstein, and basically you put your beans into this contraption, and either using a drill or a hand crank, just kind of crushes them and turns all that into nibs and separates the chaff from the bean, and then you have to use a winnower to get the chaff separated, and then you're just left with nibs. And then with nibs, you can do a lot of things. You can cook with them, um, or you can go ahead and make chocolate. But the whole thing is a really long process and pretty tedious and very messy. So we
Tell,
only do it a couple
tell
times a
them
year.
what you do for your guests.
What do we do for our guests?
Uh, I think you said you put it in the refrigerator for a little while.
Oh yeah, sure. So when we have guests over, or a dinner party or something like that, the first thing we do is we break out the chocolate, and then we have little molds, turn them into happy faces or stars or shells or different, little, maybe smaller than a quarter size piece of chocolate. So we get those molds out, and then we have people pour their own chocolate, and then we put it in the refrigerator, and then we'll take a walk around the yard and have a glass of wine or um, uh, some kind of pre-dinner activity. Then and then if we're having dinner, then after dinner we'll pull the chocolate out, because it only takes about maybe 15 minutes to solidify in the refrigerator. But and then after dinner we pull, and then people can eat their chocolate that put into their molds, and then throw them in a bag, and they can take them home and share it with their friends.
Because Canessa had mentioned something about an NFT to go along with that, to remind you of your chocolate experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could make a silicone mold of the contract address, and then just pour the coffee or the chocolate into that, and then you'd eat your.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Sure. Unfortunately, the majority of people that I run into have no idea what an NFT is. They have no idea what Web3 is. They could care less about a hard or soft wallet. So uh, you know, it's not a big selling point to people just coming over for a dinner.
What a better way to
Right,
introduce
sure.
them.
Okay, so as a chocolate lover, and I will ask this question for all the chocolate lovers in the world: are all the rumors true? I always see like some stuff on, like, maybe I've seen it on Facebook before or Twitter, that like the world has a coca bean shortage. Chocolate is gonna not be able not yeah, it's not gonna be available. Is this true? Is there a
Um,
coca bean
I
shortage?
I don't see that at all. I see it growing. I see it growing exponentially. The problem where a lot of chocolate is made, and this gets into sustainable farming and ethical farming. A lot of chocolate is made in third world kind of areas that um, uh, are kind of controlled by an overlord, dictator, warlord kind of person, and there are chocolate facilities in these areas that have 20-foot walls and barbed wire and people with machine guns guarding it. It can be a pretty daunting experience to visit one of those. So I'm in the U.S., as you know, and in the U.S., other than Puerto Rico and maybe Guam, I'm not sure about Guam. They might be too far north, actually. Hawaii is the only state that can grow chocolate in any kind of large quantities, and it's just growing exponentially. It seems like it takes about 6 years for a chocolate tree to get to maturity. In the third year, you might get some pods, but you won't get consistently good pods until about the 6th year and maybe after. So the amount of acreage being put into coffee right now seems to be growing, and when that matures, I would say we're about 4 years away from having more chocolate beans than we could ever use.
I'm bullish. DCL Curations, your hand went up.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, like, for example, I love avocados, and avocados have recently, in the past, 5-10 years, become like a primo thing to have on anything in America. But that also led to the avocado cartel. And it's really interesting because now cartels are dominating a lot of the avocado market. And there are like some areas, for example, where you can see a road going through the middle. And on the left side, it's just complete desert, which are where houses are. And on the right side, it's flourishing avocado farms because they've diverted all of the water to farming avocados, and a gang now controls, or a cartel now controls, the avocado trade. So just hearing about how, like, quickly and overwhelmingly avocado not only got into the US market, but also like doctors are saying like avocados are good, everybody go buy fucking avocados, right? So if it turns like that for chocolate, and we're getting to the point where like literally too much cacao beans are being grown, like, do you see an issue like that possibly occurring? Because I mean, criminals are going to try to profit from anything that's profitable, in my opinion.
Right, like anything else, as a consumer, I guess you got to do some research and see where the start of this product comes from. If it comes from the U.S., and I hate to say this, but we have big government. We have a lot of regulations, and everybody hates being regulated. But some of these things are good because it keeps that kind of activity out. And so, you know, if you can do Puerto Rican and Hawaiian chocolate as your source, that's great. The problem is that our chocolate is very expensive. Existence, I think you paid $12 a bar, and for the same size bar from Nestle, I think you get it for maybe $3. So it's all a quantity of scale, or scale of quantity, or I don't know how to say that, but Nestle has millions of trees around the world that people in poverty are working. And then you have chocolate in Hawaii that's mainly grown by, I don't like the term, but gentlemen farmers, or hobby farmers, and people that have an acre or less, and just kind of, I have some property and chocolate grows good here. It sounds kind of fun. I'm going to do it. And people don't really make a lot of money on it, but it might pay for their fertilizer. So yeah, there is definite dichotomy in the supply of chocolate. Where is it coming from? And as the consumer, I don't really know where that information is, but it'd be nice to find out that information before you purchase. And I'm not trying to put a damper on anybody eating Nestle's chocolate, because it tastes good. It's very familiar, it's comforting, it's nostalgic. And then when you taste our chocolate, the Ko'olau Poco, it's much more artisan. There's a lot more flavor to it. You eat a little bit at a time. Don't just wolf down the whole bar. and you wouldn't put it in a s'more, but it's I don't know. The consumer just needs to educate themselves, I guess. And I wish there was more information on it, or I knew more information on it.
It's far better than Hershey's, and I will add that 4 bars gets you free delivery.
Well, that's great. And that you're in Canada, right?
California.
Oh, you're in California. Okay.
And it comes quickly.
I should see the chocolatier this Friday, and I'll definitely mention it to him. And we'll see what happens.
Thank you, Roots. I see that Mr. Sweet came up to speak and has his hand up. What's up, Mr. Sweet?
Hello, hello everyone. How are you guys? Thanks to have me here. I want to just connect a little with what DCL Creation would say is about the avocado stuff. As many knows, I'm in Mexico, and there's a situation, literally a sad situation with this plant and this fruit, probably vegetable. It's a fruit, because yeah, there is actually a movement there that they took woods and forest, and they drop down everything to make possible the avocado cultivation, growth. And there is really a mob behind that, public parks or natural reserve are basically taken down, and beside that the avocado plant use tons of water. So when we increase the number of trees, we are basically draining the soil from a lot of tons and tons of water, which is also a problem long term, because it's going to favorite desertification of the soil in general. And this comes unfortunately because usually, for example, those products in example the corn or the avocados are basically produced here in Mexico, but before the sale happen, they are exported to in the United States. They seal it with some kind of ticket on, and they bring back the avocado down Mexico to sell the product back. So these mechanics increase the price. Imagine to transport everything to United States and transport it back. So right now, Mexico is working a lot to nationalize all those resources, basically to cut it off the intermediary, basically like in Web3. So why I have to send you the product, you have to send me back it, and I have to send you back, because it's made in Mexico, so it has to come from Mexico, but with the ticket on, with the name of the brand. So this is kind of a problem also with chocolate, because in the south of Mexico, there is Oaxaca and Chiapas. There are two states of Mexico produce delicious chocolate. I love chocolate, and actually I love the conversation. I love Willy Wonka, and yeah, it's the same. In south of Mexico, there's a lot of beautiful and delicious chocolate and products, but the export import mechanics along these years with the globalization and these things, fuck it up a bit with the prices and the way these products are exploited, and the soil of those country and the people working on those are exploited. So yeah, some consciousness about these, it's important sometimes to bring it up, because these countries, there are not third world, are in really quick developing right now, thanks to these politics, to save the products and bring these productions to really the people, not to the companies or corporations.
Thank you, Mr. Sweet, for coming up. And yeah, you're totally right. It is good to, keep that conversation ongoing and the thought still flowing, because, like these countries, like, they grow a lot faster once, like, their trade is established back into, like, their country. Let's see. I'm sorry. So today's Wednesday, Mr. Sweet. Are we doing the usual show?
I hope yes. Last week, I'm sorry, I apologize for last week. I invited everyone and I got some technical issues there, so the show was canceled. But yeah, working out all the weekend to set it up, everything. Waiting right now, actually, I see Shelly one there, Dino, waiting for a quick sound check to check everything go good. So yeah, getting ready for the show in 4 hours, 3 hours and a half, something like that. So yeah, hope to see you, everyone there today.
3.5 hours. So that, at least for me, that might be like 4 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific.
The official time is 10 p.m. UTC, 5 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, 5 p.m. Eastern. Okay, there we go. I was off. Ooh. Well, it's really, really nice to hear from you. And I will pass the mic over to Shelly. I see that Shelly has been up here this entire time, just, just vibing.
Hey, hey. Yeah, that was quite the unexpected agricultural lesson. I'm here for it. Give me some chocolate. That was fun. When I initially came up, it was in the very beginning, and you were like, "What's going on in Decentraland?" And I was like, "Ooh, pick me!" Because this weekend I'm so excited to announce that the musical doc will be on the True stage at negative 6969 with her full band. And so it's a big, big deal. And I just wanted everybody to be aware that we're going to use the stage again from the music festival. So if everybody can join, that would be amazing.
I can't believe that's still deployed. Like, you think like they'll like start catching on to you, like they'll be like, oh my god, noticing like a sudden spike in activity on
I know. I was kind of like, ooh, I wonder if they even know it's still there. But I did ask permission. I was like, hey, can we still use the stage since it's just sitting there? And funny fact, it's been live the whole time because the screen is the same in the True Band Room and that stage. So every time we have a show, it's playing at both places. So, little sneaky alpha, if you wanted to go have a private concert on that stage, you could go over there whenever we have a show in the band room. But yeah, so that's this Saturday at 9 p.m. UTC.
Just those coordinates alone must be so valuable. Like, could you imagine the price point on the coordinate 6969 in this space?
I know. Well, this is negative 6969. But yes, I know when Peanut Butter told me that those were the coordinates, I was like, oh my goodness, thank you. This is incredible. So very excited.
I wonder what Billy thinks of that.
Billy was like the main cheerleader of the entire location.
And Shelly, you spent a lot of time there, didn't you?
Oh gosh, I lived there for those, like, I think it was probably a week and a half of like leading up to the event, and then the event itself, I never left. It was just, that was my home for many, many hours in a row.
I just remember one night, like, just kind of closing it out, and you were there hosting, and I think I just like closed. I don't even know if I closed my laptop. I just left, and then the next morning I come back and my avatar was still in world. Like, it made it 12 hours and didn't crash. I don't know how that happened, but you were still there and you were just talking to people, and I'm like, oh my gosh, Shelly, the Shelly. Like, didn't you go to bed?
No, that was quite the marathon. It was an awesome time. I can't wait to do it again.
Well, that is awesome. I love that stage too. That was a really cool stage.
Thank you. It came together so well. Shout out to Mr. J and Mr. W for that.
They've been really breaking into the building scene. Like they've been doing some pretty cool stuff. I'm a fan of Mr. J and Mr. W. And like I remember back in the music festival, oh man, I was just so happy and impressed with like how everything fell together at the True stage, because like you guys were the ones doing the live shows back to back to back on a schedule, and like to have like was it 3 or 4? I think it was 3 days worth of like musicians, like maybe about like 8 to 10 hours a day. like and to only have like one one thing go wrong whenever it started raining, I believe, and the band or the musicians were supposed to play on the roof. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that was Dada Youth's performance, actually. They were performing live from a rooftop in Rio, and yeah, it started raining, so that was our only hiccup for the event. And Johnny Tiger didn't arrive to the right location. He was in the band room, and I was like, "Where are you? I don't see you." And he's like, "I don't see you." And the stupid miscommunication was he wasn't in the right location in Decentraland. How that happened, I still don't fully understand. But yeah, it was 4 days, 31 musicians, and we had a week to pull it all together. So yeah, that was intense and absolutely magical.
Mhm. I oh my Decentraland event coordinator. There we go. There's a title. There's a foundation title. I don't think I'm trying to think, and please someone like message me and tell me if there has been like anything like that done before to that scale. Like that's at least to me that's pretty impressive, and you must have like not slept for all those 3 days. I think you like disappeared for like a couple days after all that. You're like, okay, I'm done. Night night.
I definitely took a few days to recover. That was yeah, it was awesome though. Like I've never felt so excited, and it really was like an emotional marathon because I didn't move my body. I was sitting still, but it was like, holy cow, I've gone through something. Like I felt it, but it was absolutely awesome.
I love it. DCL Curations, your hand is up.
Yeah, going back to the Decentraland topics, I noticed that Slaterade was on, and I don't know if they're hearing me right now and currently responsive, but I think last week we talked a little bit about Sandstorm, and I'm no longer one of the official reps for Sandstorm, but Slaterade definitely is. So if Slaterade wanted to come up and talk about the current build competitions with massive cash prizes every other week that are happening in Decentraland, I just wanted to point that out and say, "What's up, Slaterade?"
Thank you, actually, yeah, for bringing that up. And what's up, Slater? How you doing? And also to any new listeners that may be wondering what the Decentraland is, what are we talking about, true stages and stuff like that. Just feel free to request to come up to speak, or if you would like to introduce yourself. You've been around in the community and would like to introduce yourself to everyone. You're more than welcome to. And thank you everyone for your time. A lot of you have been here for quite a while now.
It's been an amazing morning talking about chocolate and AI and avocados and the true stage. I love the space. I love how there is something for everyone, and we've got so much cool stuff going on behind the scenes. It's just cool that we have projects that everybody can kind of be into their own thing, and everybody has a home here.
So, does anyone have like Mid-Journey, and can you like in honor of AI, go on Mid-Journey and type in avocados, chocolate, unicorns?
Oh my gosh,
What?
we need that. And then we need it like as a pope that we give out. Like we create the POAP as we're doing the space, and then at the end we have AI like make whatever it would look like this week.
Oh my god.
I can't believe I literally just parked my car mid, like just to open Mid-Journey.
Of course you did, Shawnee. Of course you did.
I'm like imagining some like ultra realistic like avocado skin, maybe some chocolate on the ends. Oh no. Where does
Oh my gosh.
play?
Now it's a Mid-Journey race because Dino just opened it as fast as he could and typed in those words. So I'll we'll tweet them and pin it to the top.
As the topics continue to come up, just want to do a couple shout outs. I do see some newer community members out there. I see Don is here. Thank you for joining us today. I see Nick is here. Welcome. What's up to everyone, every single one of you. I also see a bunch of names I haven't seen in here for a while. Thank you for joining us. Everyone, just make sure to like and retweet the room. And Canessa, take it away. I need to make more coffee.
Yes, you do. Let's see. So there's a couple of people who haven't been here for a while. So I know Shawnee, you're pulling the car over and like parking it and looking that stuff up. But I just want to shout out the people who have been helping out with the FAFO events. That's the things that we do in the community building Decentraland Discord, and every Tuesday and Friday we have a group of people that meet, and Odd Job is so awesome. Odd Job, I feel like, is they're the leading the charge and have something kind of each week that they teach us. So please, open invite if anybody is looking to just kind of grow their skills in Web3. Please come on by. All you have to do is come into the CBD Discord. We're in the group chat. Scott's usually sharing his screen, showing everybody what we're working on. So that's like, it could be SDK skills, it could be builder skills, blender skills. This week he showed us how to animate a moving object, which would come in handy if you're creating emotes. And then on Fridays, I think it's more wearable creation. But if you have your own question and if you have some project that you're stuck on, please just open invite to come in. And honestly, there's usually somebody always in there. Shout out to 13. 13 has been awesome locking it down, and it's almost like a 24-hour helpline, although I hope we're not in there 24 hours a day. We need to go eat and stuff. But it's been really helpful for me. So I want to invite anybody that, if you're making a wearable and you can't get the triangles to work, or you're trying to make a build and you can't make glass, like, come on in, somebody will help you.
Yeah, it's actually really cool how those sessions progress. Odd Job will leave, and then someone will be like, I have this project, and like, can you help? And then we'll just, like, totally like shift gears and go like a whole nother direction.
Yeah, yesterday after he left, I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna share my screen, and like it was quiet, so I don't know if I was just basically talking to myself, and then like other people started talking. I'm like, oh, I guess I'm not alone. And then I don't know, we ended up, did we do another 2 or 3 more hours? It was quite a while.
Is what you were working on yesterday, is that what's deployed today?
I was working on if you look way up high, I was making little like cafe booths. Like if you went to a futuristic cyberpunk restaurant and you're gonna order like some bacon and eggs in the morning, like that's where you would sit. So I was just messing around, and then the color scheme started like leaning towards like a 1950s diner, like turquoise and pink. So then I was like, okay, what if you mix like the aesthetics of like the 50s diner style with futuristic cyberpunk, and kind of mash those together. So still working on it. Those things take time, and after I did it, I'm like, oh my gosh, you guys, this is such a bad way to build it. If I didn't know what I was gonna make when I started, so I just kind of like was putzing around. But then at the end, I'm like, I could have done this so much more easily if I would have like created the design ahead of time. But that's not how my brain works. It just kind of follows shiny things, and so it takes longer. And Slatery, good morning. I see you've come up to speak. How are you doing today?
Hello, everyone. Yes, DCL Curations was behind the scenes shaming me to come up, so here I am. Hey, how's everyone doing today?
We're doing good. We're talking chocolate and coffee.
Yes, I got in right when the chocolate and avocado conversation was coming up. I do agree with Detail Curations. I love me some avocado toast with some maybe goat cheese. So, but yeah, I wanted to come up because I guess just talk a bit about the project that I work for. Anyone's not familiar, I'm from Sandstorm. We're basically a builder community, um, just looking to expand people's skills and make sure that there's always work in different metaverses, whether it's Decentraland, Sandbox. We're working with others called Immersed or Space, which is an e-commerce platform. And yeah, the one of my favorite things to do is the builder competitions, where we're hosting once every 2 weeks. We'll do a builder competition in Decentraland where people are either encouraged to make a scene based on a theme or some wearables. Then we'll pull some judges from the community. Tank Poco's done it a lot. Mariana's come on. We've had Odd Job, and basically just judge who they like the best. And yeah, there's some great cash prizes. So I don't want to take up too much time, but DCL Curations definitely made me feel like I needed to come up here and talk. So yeah, just wanted to say hi and introduce myself.
I was going to say, no, Slater, please. What are the cash prizes?
But I'm glad you got me to come up here.
When is the I've been following along in my like dreams. I would actually make something and submit it, but I have a hard time just finding out like what the next contest is. So I'm just doomed because I can't even like get in the door. I keep coming in the doors.
No, definitely join the Discord. We always have announcements there, and we'll do constant reminders.
I know I'm on the Discord, and I still can't figure it.
Well, I mean, really, the first step is to join our platform, and there's a section for contests, and really, it's just a simple form. You submit the file so that it can be checked over, make sure everything's good. The judges can take a good look at it and kind of see the technical details, and yeah, you're entered. It's a really good chance to just always be working on something, up your skills, and then hopefully win some prizes.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's kind of what I think that the challenge would just be somebody else give me a prompt to build, and then I think that that's kind of a cool challenge. And so I see what other people are doing, and my skills aren't there yet, but it would be cool just to see it and follow along. And it looks like how many more weeks or sessions do you guys have on this grant?
I want to say we're hitting the 6-month point right now, I think. So another 6 months. So basically like another 20 or so contests.
Wow, that's amazing. That's significant.
Yeah, and I mean, my favorite part is just seeing people that, like on the very first contest, some people are coming in and had never touched Blender before. They had never built anything. And just to see them grow and to become DCL builders over time, to where they're just regularly making stuff, is awesome.
What has been your favorite prompt so far?
I really like the Metaverse Olympics one we just did, just because people are doing all kinds of different sports and making arenas, and there's some really cool, just unique things in there. I always love wearables too. People love making wearables, so DCL Curations, he made a theme for spirit animals, and we got some really cool just submissions there. People just making different wild animals, like people made monkeys, or somebody did like a shark wearable that's like a full piece. So I always like seeing like the wearables that people come out with.
Existence, do you have a question for Slater?
Well, no, I was just going to make a comment on the builds and the Sandstorm contest. One person I know that participates frequently and has done some pretty cool things. If you check his Twitter, Art Cibola, he has shared a lot of them with me that I retweet for him. I know one of them, I think one of his most recent ones is a lifeguard hut or shack on the beach with a shark lifeguard. And I know he's done an underwater theme or like a shipwreck, and part of it is underwater, and it's the build has he's built things from pieces of the shipwreck. So he's one of them I've had the opportunity to see, and has done some pretty cool things.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very familiar with Arcibola. He actually won third place in the Metaverse Olympics contest we just did. So he's always doing some cool stuff. And yeah, like I've talked to him a little bit. I know he's been working in Blender. I think he said for like more than 10 years, and everything that he does is just awesome work.
Yeah, he says he's been spending pretty much his entire free time just working on different things. It's pretty
And
amazing.
and you can tell because he shows his whole process. Like he'll show us concept drawings and in progress stuff, and it's awesome to see like the amount of work that people really put into this stuff. But it shows too. Like it shows like the shark piece that you were talking about. Like that was one of the ones where I saw it and I was like, dude, he didn't just make a wearable. He made a whole scene, and he does like videos behind it, and everything that he does is just so amazing. I would
I
definitely recommend y'all looking him up.
I think the shark has an entire backstory to him too. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, he always does full stories with any submission he does. He'll walk through it and he'll do like narratives around why he put pieces in, and he's one of the better submissioners on the platform.
I did kind of notice that. Yeah, I mean, I was also impressed with like the way that R like would present his project. And so Slater, do you, by any chance, would you have like a tweet that you would like to pin at the top that may have like the website landing page as well as like maybe additional information? And I also wanted to ask you if anyone in the crowd is wanting to participate in the competitions or be a judge. What would be the best method?
Yeah, so if you would like to be a judge, you can reach out to me directly, either on Discord or Twitter. It's really, it's an artistic competition. So at the end of the day, we make sure that the files are within certain technical limits, but it's really based on your judgment of like personal taste, like Odd Job. As you remember, Sinful, he was very big on like animation, so that was a big part of him. Other people are about the design work or the presentation. But yeah, reach out to me. We are always looking for more judges. Like we love the community judging the submissions and putting their input and giving feedback. Um, I do have a tweet somewhere. I don't know how spaces work. I won't lie. But for a reminder for the competition, I'll send that to you, Sinful. So if you want to pin it up.
Yeah, send it over to me and I'll pin it and I'll also drop it in the comments so that it could stay in this.
All right, I just DM'd that to you from the Sandstorm account.
I'd also like to wish everyone a happy third birthday. Um, One of the greatest things about having gone into Decentraland is the ability to have met so many great, creative, inspiring people. Um, you know, Nothing surprises me much anymore, but I can still be amazed. I know Roots has been around for a while. It was the first time I've actually interacted with him and got to learn about the chocolate. Um, Mr. Swee as a DJ, met many, many different DJs. Sir DJen with his rock, paper, scissors tournament. Um, I mean, OSB VMT by Meta. Just so many different people. I can't even begin to name them all, but it's been a tremendous ride. I'm almost to my 1 year in there, and I look forward to so much more to come.
Yeah, actually, that is actually a good segue over the DCL birthday. For those of you that have been here the whole time, do you guys feel 3 years old?
Oh my gosh, I don't know. This feels like a lot more than 3 years.
I know
I,
I've asked
I,
recently.
Just want to echo that. I mean, like maybe 5 years, 6 years, maybe. I feel like I've been here at least like every year. I feel like I split up into different periods of time that have happened in the crypto market as well as the Decentraland market. And then, like, when something major ends, I'm like, poof, that was the end of an era. You know, like I've lived through like 7, 8 eras at this point.
Oh man, you're totally right. You like from like let's say like some of the our earliest Bitcoin purchases could date back to like 2011 range around there. 20 for me it's like 2012 2013 range when I bought my first Bitcoin, and then like just seeing the progression of like the entire ecosystem, not just yeah, you know, not just the coin or like, yeah, more people can use it, but like now there's actual use for these tokens that were created.
Yeah, absolutely. Luca, I'm trying to add you as a speaker. It seems to be not going through, so give us another second to maybe get that requested or approved. The birthday, I was a little surprised that we didn't get a new frosting on our cake. I think I kind of wanted like new frosting on our cake. Not that last year's cake wasn't yummy. I just think that maybe like red velvet or something, or some kind of like sprinkles or ice cream would have been very cool. Anybody
Chocolate.
concur?
So I mean that could bring us into like perhaps maybe even a thought for like let's say the Decentraland community building 1 year or first birthday. Perhaps maybe we could like even think about like putting something together for our little group here.
Can I,
Yeah.
can I pose something here as a collaboration for your birthday in the library?
Please.
So obviously we pay people to create videos, and we've got some Blender videos that are out and some that are being worked on along with SDK videos. Now, if you guys had somebody, or if you guys wanted a big ass cake that's super dope, I think it would be really cool to show people how to make a super dope cake. And I would be more than happy to sponsor a creator who is willing to make the cake. To, obviously we pay $100 for each course, but I would pay you $100 to basically film the creation of this awesome cake. We'll put it in the library as a course, and then bada bing bada boom, cake.
I love it. And can I make like an IRL cake to match it? Like that would be
I would be insulted if you did not.
I mean,
And
guys
an
something help
NFT.
me eat it.
And an NFT, Canessa.
Well, yes, there will be an NFT baked into the cake. And whoever
Everybody that buys it gets a slice of cake delivered to them in real life.
Oh my gosh. Yes. And there will be like a little RFID code in one piece, and whoever gets that, they have to do the dishes. So look carefully through your piece of cake. I see so much potential here.
But no, like in all seriousness, if somebody does want to develop a cake and record the development of that cake, boom, that is a cake creation video. And more than happy to sponsor that. I think it would be an awesome way to make this happen.
Dude, thank you. Like, it's really appreciated, and so for anyone listening that's new, that may be a 3D modeler, what would be the best way to enter their submission?
Well, actually, for this, I suppose it would be, wow, oh my gosh, this is throwing me back to my Sandstorm days. Being a judge and creating competitions. You know, we could go about it in terms of an entire submission process, but honestly, like, from what I've found in my experience with the library, I can be like, yeah, I'll pay people $100 to do this, and they're just like, people just aren't willing to put in the effort, or they don't care. So, I mean, somebody that's willing to put in the effort and somebody that's willing to like actually do this and record it while they're doing it, you know, we can even edit it on the back end. That's fine. Just record the creation. You know, somebody that reaches out that says, you know what, I want to make a badass birthday cake for the community building Decentraland with Sinful and Knessa, and I'm going to record it. We'll work with you. Maybe we make multiple cakes. I don't know.
The cool thing, and I think that the thing that I celebrate through this is that we are a community, and so maybe just knowing like everything you just said will plant that seed of in our imaginations, and then maybe if there's a group of people back on the CBD Discord who are interested in it, I mean, it'd be cool. I'd love to make a cake, but I would love to just work on a project with my friends too. So maybe there's a lot of people that would want to do this, and you know, somebody can make, you know, the frosting asset, and other people can make like the candles, and so yeah, like that would be fun if anybody is interested in that. We've always got some VC, some voice chat threads going in the CBD Discord, so come on by.
If you need any SDK help, I'm completely in.
We always need an SDK adult.
Yes, we do. We should not be left unsupervised, Johnny.
And to any new listeners, like to DCO Curation's proposal just now, like this is totally legit. Trust me, he will pay. I know. I just making sure. I do believe this is funded by the DAO. Is that correct?
Correct. So, I mean, I do personally fund things, and like, for example, if I buy people's like wearables or something like that, you know, that's from my personal account. I keep the DAO stuff separate. From the DAO account, we do have a budget set for course creation. We do have our alpha release coming up in the next month. I believe we have it scheduled for a 72-hour competition starting on March 23rd, going to March 26th. And at that point in time, we're hoping to have at least 50 courses available in the library. During our beta release, we had 19 available. We currently have a 5-piece completed SDK series, which puts us at 24. And then we have 7 others being worked on. For example, Help I'm Streaming just reached out to me today saying that he's finalizing the 3-piece series for Golfcraft. Sean is on here, which is awesome because we got put in touch with them, and we're working, or at least are working towards creating a series about how their health and wellness center in Decentraland can be best utilized and how we can provide that kind of information for others. So we do fund course creation in our experience. We have a budget set for that. We pay $100 per course that is created, and our goal is to have 50 available in the library for our alpha release. So yes, it's a legit statement.
Alpha release being in I think 4 weeks, maybe around there.
Yes, it's about 4 weeks, and you know, again, I guess this is some alpha, but for alpha release. But I believe it'll start on the 23rd of March, is what we currently have it slotted as.
Sweet. Well, thank you for sharing the information. You know, I do see a few new listeners, so this information might be very important for them if they want to build us a birthday cake or something like that. This could be fun. Yeah, we should start definitely thinking about how this could be all put together. And I see that Roots has had. Oh, okay. I'll let you say what you were about to say, and then I do notice that Root has his hand up for a while, so we'll pass it on to him after.
I was gonna say I need Roots chocolate. So like if we as a group created like a 3D model of a cake, I could try to replicate it like in real life, and I could get Roots chocolate and then like put that on the top, and that would just be so meta. But go ahead, Roots.
Oh yeah, thank you. Going back just a little bit, talking about the third birthday. I just wanted to say, I feel like I've been here since the beginning, and with the COVID lockdowns and everything, I can't even remember when that started, but I'm having trouble with differentiating. I think I lost a whole year of memories, but that kind of got sucked into 2 years. But anyways, I've been a big supporter and user of Decentraland and Decentraland creators for a very long time, and I don't know if it's I hate to say it, like a low self-opinion or something, but it's my skills aren't there to be a big designer or anything, but I'm willing to learn. And I feel like I'm just starting to actually add to the community. I have a little NFT project I'm doing. I finally built something that's worth visiting on my 1x1, and I'm doing a couple collaborations, have some things in the works, and so I just feel really blessed to be here. And someone else was asking, what do you love about Decentraland? And I feel like there's an overwhelming positivity and support in the air. I know there is some drama and stuff behind the scenes, and I try to stay out of a lot of that. But I think 99% of Decentraland is good morning and I love you. So it's been a real positive space for me to be in.
Hey Roots, I hear you, I echo you what you're saying, but I'm like creeping up on my 4-year anniversary here, and I've never published a wearable. I'm finally able to like build my own stuff. I've felt like I have taken up space for so long here, and so I hear you. I hear what you're saying, and I just think that like I don't know, try to remind myself to just be nice to myself. Out of all the people I should be nice to, I should probably be nice to myself too. And highly invite you to the CBD Discord for like our FAFO events that are Tuesdays and Fridays, but also just anytime, because I'm slowly learning stuff, and I'm happy to share with other people. People like Scott and KJ and 13 and Josh. Like there have been so many people that have been happy to help, and I don't know, like there's no gatekeeping here, and it's not all wag me, but it's pretty darn positive when it comes to helping each other. So yeah,
right. And I love that so much. And so I want to clarify, when I say low self-opinion, that doesn't mean I don't love myself. I'm just I just know my skills aren't there yet to be able to create a usable experience. But hopefully I'm learning, and my direction is pretty good. So what I've been doing lately is contacting people to build things for me, and just kind of directing them as I go, and that's been fun as well.
That's awesome. And I think even if you're taking baby steps, as long as you're moving forward, and I don't know, and even if you're not moving forward and you're just observing what everybody else is doing, that also has purpose. So yeah, I'm glad to hear you say that. I think that's important for everybody to hear. I don't know, sometimes I mean, I'm just personally speaking, like my own self-worth and stuff. Like I get down on myself because I see people that came in, there's a couple of people that came in like last spring, and like within a couple months they had a wearable created, they had like building on their land, and it's so easy to compare yourself to other people, but our journey behind the scenes is not the same. And so I don't know, I gotta be okay with just being like a degen some days, and I get nothing done, and maybe I go like create stuff in my Minecraft world instead of Decentraland. So it's a little bit of my own undoing as well, I think.
Right. And my journey in Decentraland started a long time ago, in 2017. And being from Hawaii, my nephew's name is Mana, and which in Hawaii means power. And then his full name is Kai Mana, and Kai is ocean water. Mana is power, and when you put those two together, it's the Hawaiian word for diamond. And so anyways, my nephew's name is Mana, and I was buying Bitcoin and Ethereum and Litecoin, and then all of a sudden this altcoin came up called Mana, and I was like, I've never had 20,000 of one thing. I'm gonna buy this at whatever 2 cents it was, and and so I did that, and then I didn't keep it all. I sold some of it as it rose a little bit, and then I didn't even know what Decentraland was. And then one day I decided to kind of figure it out, and it's like, oh, it's a metaverse, and tried to get in, and I don't think Decentraland was created yet, or my computer couldn't handle it. And then sometime during the lockdowns, I got a new computer, and I decided to go into Decentraland again, and all of a sudden I could move around, and I've been here ever since, and it's been a great thing for me. I'm a little bit of a hermit, live in the country, don't have a lot of contact with my old friends, and Decentraland has kind of taken the place. And the reason why I'm bringing that up, I guess, is as a user and a supporter, I feel like I did have a big role in Decentraland, and I had this all this mana from years ago, and I was able to purchase land, and I was able to purchase wearables. I was able to give donations. I was able to do lots of things. Now I'm mana poor, but asset rich, and but I still feel that being a supporter and a purchaser, we need that as well, because we can all create and put things on the marketplace, and if people aren't buying them, then then it's not sustainable.
Yeah, you bring up some great points, and I think that's it's maybe harder for us to support other like creators in a bear market when we don't, we might not have as much extra mana laying around as we wish we had. But I think you're right, it's so important that we're supporting each other. And when you see people coming out with like a new wearable, or even even if they're just opening a new club or a DJ playing a set, like I think it's so important to try to, as much as you can, support each other and get out there. And I don't know, so even just like retweet tweeting, retweeting, posting. Let's see. Existence. I don't know who had their hand up, if it was Curations or Existence first. So do you guys remember which one?
Curation's been waiting longer.
Okay, go ahead, DCL.
I have so much to say. Oh my gosh, my mind is running. But one, Roots, oh my gosh, dude, even though, you might feel like from, I don't know, technical development standpoint, you're not quite at that contribution level, like I feel like I've known you for over a year now. I feel like we went at it in some competition at one point, and just wanted to reiterate what Slaterade had said about Sandstorm. And like, for people that are getting into the development scene, whether that's from a coding perspective or a modeling perspective, it's always very difficult to determine, like, what am I going to build? Why am I going to build this? And what is it going to end up being? And so that's why I do really like these funded competitions, because it's like, anybody who has an interest in learning how to build, it's like, boom, here's a financial incentive. 2 weeks, here's your prompt. Try your best. And your best might get you some money. And at the very least, your best will get you an asset that you can leverage in later experiences and that you can continue developing and improving upon. So I do think things like that are very important for anybody that are trying to learn. It's like, you don't have to learn, just for free or at your own cost. There are competitions here where you can learn and actually make money. And I think that's kind of the main point I wanted to make with anybody who's trying to get involved in Decentraland or feels like their I don't know, skills might not be at the same level as other people. There are so many things that go into building a scene, and people specialize in all aspects of that. Like me personally, I feel like I have to do a lot of it myself. Just because I contract out a lot of things, and so without my contractors, it's like, holy fuck, I would have to do all of this myself. And I feel like a lot of people feel overwhelmed, and they're like, I need to know how to code. I need to know how to model. I need to know how to texture. I need to know how to create a website. I need to know how to create a smart contract. And it's like, you just have to really have an understanding of how all of these components come together. And then you just build the relationships until the point that you can make something happen. That was it. That was the end of what I was saying. And I love you, Roots.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I was looking because I do get so confused on what, when did I start, and then it looks like I purchased my name Roots on March 19th, 2021. So I've been here at least that long.
And to add to that, I myself, I'm not exactly a builder. I'm looking to build this year to dive into that scary Blender UI that terrifies me. But when I started, I really was not able to do much more than do those tweets and shout outs to the wearable creators and the builds that I come across. And anytime I met somebody like Roots just recently and try to just get the word out about what they're doing, and whether IRL or inside Decentraland, I have since fortunately came into a little bit of a good fortune and am able now to support people even more so. I bought Roots chocolate recently. I finally purchased a monster, one of Clammy's monsters. Was able to get my first linked wearable. I got a Woody, Niolings, one of Coke Smush friends. But yeah, if you're not able to build or purchase, those tweets too, they can make a world of difference.
I think absolutely. And I think just kind of, like elevating the people around us. And I don't know, it's fun, like putting outfits together and finding like those pieces that are made by somebody that, that they're trying to get their footprint in the world, and showcasing them and just wearing their stuff and just showing up for each other. I think that's important, because we all have lives outside of Decentraland, and sometimes it's not easy to log in every day or every couple days, so just able to do what you can. And I think the posting, I think I can't say enough about that just, let's say that you're somebody who's into crypto or blockchain or decentralization, and maybe you see these crazy pictures of of our family picture at the Doritos build or something like that, and you might be like, whatever, okay, that's weird. And then a couple of weeks later you see another picture of Decentraland and you're like, that's not for me. And then maybe a couple months later you see another picture of like the music festival and you're like, okay, that's interesting, but not for me. We're gonna break them down, you guys. we're going to break them down, and eventually they're going to be somebody who keeps, seeing this content come across their screen. They're going to get curious enough where they're like, all right, I'm going to jump into Decentraland today. I keep seeing those same weirdo with pink hair post pictures, day after day. Like, why haven't they left yet? There must be something there that they like. And so that's just, I think it, eventually people will falter, and they will come and they will see us, and we will love them, and we will send them wearables and ask if they play poker. Right, 13. DCL Curations, you've got your hand up.
I was gonna say, I think this just brings me to the juicy or fun portion of the conversation that Sinful had mentioned earlier, with all the things that are going on with the district and the way that Decentraland actually operates. And so I would just like to, I suppose, give my perspective. I've talked to, one person reached out to me specifically to talk about this because they were involved in the situation. And then I reached out to another individual that agreed to take my call. And we discussed it, but they asked that I do not make any public statements on their behalf, and that they are allowed to make public statements themselves. And what I've come to find out is that all of the districts, not just one, but what it's like 29, all of the districts had a deal with the foundation where every single district set up an LLC, and the foundation transferred all of the land over to these 30 LLCs. Now, from a district perspective, these are community areas, or it's a conglomerate of community contributions and land. But I guess the majority of the districts, nothing has really been happening, so nobody's even really thought about it. And it just, the person that I was talking to, I was like, look, at the end of the day, regarding District X, this leader has shown that, one, they don't operate well under pressure, and so maybe they should not be the leader, and there needs to be a process for that. But either way, at the end of the day, somebody somewhere is going to die as a district leader, and there is no way to currently replace them. Think about that. You have, say there's 5,000 parcels tied up to a wallet in an LLC controlled by one person that just dies one day, and then poof, it's just gone. There's no process to replace that person. So I just want to say, what's going on with District X, yes, that is a problem in and of itself, and how that has been handled. But the issue with just district distribution and ownership in Decentraland as a whole is a vast issue. I mean, excruciatingly vast. We're talking 20-30% of Decentraland vast. And there's no method for a community to replace any of the district leaders. And any of our requests to the Decentraland Foundation or the legal team have just been shut down, right? And so it's at this point, the DAO and the foundation are literally operating both on $223 million vesting mana contracts. And it's they've got a legal team, we don't. Why don't they want to support us? It's just very odd, and it's very weird, and I don't like the fact that the foundation is just pushing it onto us, saying, hey, the 30% of land that is locked up in districts? Yeah, we fucked up. We gave that to individual LLCs, and it's on you now to figure out. That is fucked up, in my opinion.
So, go ahead.
I have a question in regards to this, and I don't know if anybody can answer it. If it does come down, because I've kind of been keeping an eye on some of this and stuff, and one of my first questions is, has somebody with a legal background looked at this? But what nation legal system would be used to do this? Because Decentraland doesn't fall under one country,
Well,
does it?
it does as an entity. The foundation does, right? And I think that is kind of the wrong question to ask, because the way that I posed it, and I see Jared is actually on the call. I know it's been, he's maybe made some controversial statements, but I think he's done an amazing job at kind of breaking all of this down for the benefit of the community. And so what I think has actually, happened is the foundation truly just extravagantly fucked up by giving thousands of parcels to individual LLCs. And so from a legal perspective, if you were to sue these LLCs, they do legally own that land. Now, the issue is ethical. And in my opinion, you're a district leader. So do you want to say, hey, yeah, a couple of years ago, I was the district leader, so I was given all of this land, and now fuck you guys, fuck whatever you want to do, this is mine? Or do you want to do the ethical thing and the thing that is in the best interest of this platform and the community, which would be saying, yes, I am a district leader, meaning I want to improve this district for the benefit of everybody that contributed to the district. I want to give them all a say. And so the question that was posited back to me was, well, how would you think that we start implementing something like that? And I said, by having the fucking leaders step up and say, this is not my land. They're acting like it is. Somebody just fucking step up and say, sure, legally, this was a fuck up, but this is not my land, and I want to do what is in the best interest of this entire community. And you know what your benefit is from that? The community enjoys the district. They build it up, and your underlying property values increase from what you did as a good person. And so I don't know, the whole thing is very interesting, but it's fucked up. The foundation won't respond to us, their legal teams won't respond to us, and no district leader has stepped up to this point. So I mean, we just continue building upon basically a fractured platform until something like that happens, and that hurts, like me, like that hurts everybody.
I know that Rob stepped up and started acting like Jesus.
That is something that happened at one point. And I was told, look, Rob doesn't deal well under pressure, but he's got good intentions and he's always managed the district very well. And actually, the way that his district is structured from an LLC perspective is the same way all of the other districts are structured from an LLC perspective. And my response was, the structuring from an LLC perspective was a fuck up. Like, just across the platform, that was a fuck up, right? And now in this particular circumstance, you have a district leader that isn't acting like a district leader. So there needs to be at least something in place to remove and replace a district leader. And there isn't. And everybody is getting caught up in like all the forget about the legal things. There just needs to be a fucking process in place to remove and replace a district leader.
Totally. Especially when they clearly like vote against against the community. It's a bit gross what Rob's doing, because like, for example, we have Carl, which is also Rob's partner in District X. Like
Clarification, not actually partner. Carl is listed as a technical advisor, but he hasn't been active in District X for like the past 2 years.
Oh, thank God. That was close for Carl. But like, he has Etheria, and does he choose to use all this voting power for himself to push his own narrative or whatever he thinks?
That was an exact conversation I had with somebody very similar to Carl. Can't specifically say who it was, though. But I was basically like, the difference here is, sure, all of the districts were structured in a fucked up way that is borderline irreparable unless the leaders come forward. But the way Etheria is different is y'all actually have deeds in place, and y'all actually haven't tried to sell the whole fucking district and pocket it in your pocket. Like what?
Oh yeah, I forgot that happened. Rob tried to sell that as well and, profit from other people's land. Oh well, I'm gonna pass it over to Zesty to.
Yeah, since we're on the subject of Rob being an actual anime villain, I think it's really funny in a funny haha and a funny that's fucked up kind of way that the value of the District X land depends on who he's talking to and the context in which he's talking to them, and just the fact that he just seems he's just dug his heels in, and like just the fact that any proposal that's clearly just hey you should there was that one about whether there should be any sort of accountability, and he was like the whale no vote on that one. And that there's no sense of ethics in Decentraland. Let's be honest, this bullshit is as wild west as it gets without us like pulling out 6-shooters and gunning each other down. And oh man, it's just I've had my popcorn out. I even made and tweeted a meme recently. Oh man, and I can't help but feel like to go back to Curation's point about the original LLC structure. That sounds like some like that. I have a feeling if someone with the foundation actually answered questions about that, they probably got legal advice from some lawyer who's so milquetoast that they can look at a glass of water and just have explosive diarrhea because they're so boring. And oh man, just the fact that Decentraland so early on went into this like mode of, hey, let's just centralize entire chunks of land, but we're decentralized. It's so fucking dumb.
So I actually have a question for Zesty, because I believe it was you that said you had retained a legal.
Oh no, that's not me. And
no. I'm just talking about like I thought I saw a Discord message where you said you had retained legal team, and
that's sorry. Morph has openly stated that he has lunch with better lawyers than Rob could ever possibly afford.
That's probably true. And honestly, in my conversations with these people I've talked to, I've said, look, if it legitimately goes to litigation, sure. Rob's not the only one. Like all of these district owners, right, are probably going to go through some sort of shift in the next year or two. But in this specific circumstance, things are being targeted. And it turns out Rob L doesn't actually want to go to court. And I told him, I was like, well, that's fucking good. Because if he did, you have the Dow versus Rob L. And in that circumstance, there's no way he would be able to keep up with the amount of money being spent. And at that point, they would have no problem or no other option other than to release the land at its valuation to cover their costs and essentially declare bankruptcy on that company. But it's still like I'm just still trying to give every district leader any out that they could possibly take, where all of the district leaders could come together and they could all say, Yep, this is fucked up. And collectively, we are all going to, they could even take a proposal from the DAO, and they could even get, $250,000 to develop a contract that allows contributions to each individual district to be properly dispersed. But apparently, every district leader right now just thinks that they're multimillionaires and they inherited community wealth.
Yeah, it must be nice.
It must be nice. I see that James has come up to speak. I don't think we have met you before. Welcome, James. If this is your first time, how are you doing today?
Amazing. Hey guys, thank you so much for having me on. I was really enjoying listening into the conversation, and I wanted to add a quick point of value that I saw within the Ethereum ecosystem in general. I'm basically a blockchain expert. I have a blockchain background. And I think what people aren't actually realizing is that Ethereum right now currently is undergoing investigation for their ICO and their illegal funding rounds, which they did very early on. And so a lot of applications built on Ethereum blockchain, like Decentraland, like Sandbox, and so many others, some of the top people are in the know, basically, that they might have to migrate their application to a different blockchain moving forward in the future that has legal clarity and that did not do an ICO. And there's also certain limitations on the Ethereum blockchain for scalability for a play to earn type of video game like Decentraland, like a metaverse application. That certain limitations would be unlocked by migrating that application to a different blockchain. So that's what I see occurring within the broader Ethereum ecosystem. And so some of these problems that we discuss, and they are problems, by the way, and they're unacceptable. I love Decentraland, and I hate to see what's happening here, but I think actually people are going to be shocked in the coming months. There's going to be very big Ethereum applications announcing their migration to other blockchains very soon here. So I could be wrong, but I think all investors should be probably prepared for that, because that's more than likely what's going to happen here, guys, is that there's going to be lots of applications moving on to different smart contract platforms that have more secure, more scalability, just lots of different features. So I don't want to take up the mic too long, but yeah, that's my point of view. I don't know if anyone else would agree with that or see eye to eye with that, but yeah, thanks so much for having me on, and I'm just gonna continue to listen in. I think someone actually just asked a question to me, but here, I'll let you guys take back the mic.
Where have you been all our lives?
Well, I'm here now. I'm actually fairly new to crypto Twitter, and I like it so far. I'm enjoying myself. I actually hosted a space. I don't even know how this happened. I hosted a space with the chief executive officer of Metallicus, who basically has connections to Eric Finman. Eric Finman was the youngest Bitcoin millionaire. So that's up on my page. He's a fascinating young man. He is building basically the new infrastructure for metaverse applications and lots of different stuff. But I'll tell you guys this, and I hear the frustration in your voice with what's happening. I am very, like, for me as a gamer, as somebody who loves to collect NFTs and play video games, and just like I'm that type of person. So I don't like to hear other people who love what I love to be upset. It's like hearing your baby cry. You know what I'm saying? You hate to see it. There's a real chance, guys, in the next bull cycle that happens for everyday retail people to get really, really rich, and they're slipping this under the nose of the people. One thing you should be aware of is that, like I mentioned with Ethereum and its problems that it's having, is that they use the smart contract technology, Viper and Solidity. It's very, very limited. Where a lot of these, and I guarantee you, the people behind Decentraland, the people behind Sandbox, they know this. They just don't come out and tell the community this. They're gonna do this last second. I'm calling it now on this recorded space. Time will tell if I'm correct about this. But what I think is going to happen is all of these big applications built on Polkadot, built on Ethereum, built on Solana, they're going to migrate to Wasm smart contract platforms. The reason for that is because Wasm accepts all programming languages. It's not specific to just Solidity or just Viper. It can do Rust, it can do C++, it could do Solidity, it could do Viper, it could do all programming languages. So it's very powerful, and it has even it ties back to Tim Berners-Lee and the World Wide Web Foundation. So you should look for blockchains that are starting to implement COSM-WASM smart contract technology. This is a guaranteed, no financial advice, guaranteed 100x, 1000x in the next bull cycle if you can spot out which blockchains do implement COSM-WASM smart contracts, because these applications are going to migrate to COSM-WASM smart contract blockchains. So yeah.
I feel like we just got like some ultra alpha.
At the same time, I also feel like there's a big difference between 100 and 1000x.
Correct. Oh, okay. Because it sounds insane. It sounds borderline crazy, right?
Well, I mean, when you say, hey, you could make somewhere between 100 or 1000 or a billion X, it's like, okay, we're selling people on nothing but the upside of profit. What do you do from a technology standpoint that will actually improve the ecosystem?
Okay, got it. So that's a great question, and thanks for asking. So the reason we see a 100 or 1000x is because, kind of like how we saw with like Harmony One had that $100 million bridge hack a few months ago, their whole ecosystem suffered because of that. And like how we saw Solana, their network shut down, Binance Chain, their network shut down, and it got halted. These applications that are built on these networks and protocols, they're going to have two choices: sink or swim, because the next time this happens to a big top 20 layer 1 blockchain, the applications are going to go, okay, well, we're either going to lose big while this sinking ship, while the Titanic goes down, or we're going to jump ship now and migrate our applications to a different blockchain. The difference is like something like Ethereum is very limited in TPS. It has its gas fees, and I know they're doing a Shanghai update at the end of March to fix some of these limitations, but I'm telling you guys, I've met some of the Ethereum devs, and they even know themselves this is a permanent problem that's always going to be on the Ethereum blockchain, because what happened is they got too many users too quickly, and so too many people right now are currently using Ethereum blockchain on a daily basis for Decentraland, for Sandbox, and so many other applications. So it's very tough for them now, since their user base is so wide, to tweak the blockchain. But another blockchain that is flying under the radar, doesn't have applications built on it yet, they're able to scale and build it properly from the ground up. So one thing that you look for is COSM-WASM smart contract blockchains, but another thing you look for...
Okay, hold on. Before you go any further, like, I mean, nothing you said is tangible, like in evidence. Like, if you're going to completely tell people that Ethereum is shit and they need to migrate, so like Decentraland is already integrated with Polygon, for example, and you're saying that we have to go over to Wally Wonka chain to do something. I can use Rubik, I can use Polygon Matic, I can use BNB, I can use literally so many other things. Just give me one reason why this specific platform is actually good. Like, give me an informational piece about the platform and not the issues that are going on with other chains and why you should change.
Ethereum's phenomenal, but like I mentioned earlier, the problem with Ethereum is they did an ICO. They did an initial coin offering, which is illegal under the guidelines of the Security Exchange Commission. So all these
Not at that time, it wasn't. It's currently in court, not guilty until proven guilty.
Brother, and I hear what you're saying, but the problem is I'm telling you now that these blockchains behind the scenes, they're not just going to come out on Twitter and let retail know. It's going to scare people. The big boys, they handle this stuff behind the scenes before they break it to you. So it's being handled right now.
I understand you've got people behind the scenes. Sure, cool. What are you doing differently, and why does it matter actually?
Okay, good question. I like these questions, by the way. For example, the reason applications will migrate to a regulatory clarity blockchain is because, if you've had the chance to read about this great wealth transfer, I'm sure you guys in this space have been hearing all about the greatest wealth transformation of all time, What that essentially means is it's the final evolution of the monetary system where blockchain technology is implemented as the underlying infrastructure for central banks and financial institutions. And whatever one of these blockchain technologies does get implemented for the underlying infrastructure of central banks and financial institutions, it's going to be because it was overall the most superior technology. And if you had the chance to read, the Central Bank of England and the Treasury actually just put out a publication about one and a half, it was like a week and a half to 2 weeks ago, I think, regarding the digital pound and CBDCs, central bank digital currencies, which I'm not a fan of. They're speaking about a blockchain that needs to have a throughput of 1 million to 10 million transactions per second. So understand this. This is where we're headed. I don't know the answer. I'm not a time teller, but I know for a fact that this is where the future of blockchain technology is headed, is where it's going to be. And Ethereum, in my opinion, could never be implemented as the underlying infrastructure for the global economy. It's too slow and the gas fees are too high. But go ahead.
I think I'll go first. So I want to make sure, just for clarity, you said Cosmwasm. Is that spelled COSMWASM?
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Okay, so their website's down.
You're looking. It might be. It might be. They might be doing a maintenance thing right now. It might be. I haven't checked on it in 2 days. I see people laughing. I mean, if that is the case, I have no control over that.
I just wanted to kind of, I guess, shift the conversation, but just because it, like, again, people have a lot of different things that are going on, and Quasm, maybe it's good, maybe it's not, but I haven't heard anything tangible. The website's currently down. And like, I personally really appreciate you coming on stage and giving the information, but at the same time, I did get some messages that said maybe we should move on to other topics.
It's completely fine. I don't want to hold you guys up. I just wanted to, and to answer one question that I got in the comment section is, I know I mentioned the whole CBDC thing. I don't want to carry this on too long, but whatever one of these blockchains, and I don't know the answer, does get implemented, the native digital asset of one of these protocols is going to be extremely high in value. Like, I'm talking, my team and I have done the calculations. It's going to be between $50,000 to $100,000 per asset, basically. So it's going to make people very rich.
Thank you, James, for coming up and sharing. I'm going to pass the mic over to Don, unless I'm putting him on the spot. I know that he's been up here for a little bit, just chilling. How you doing today?
Hey, what's going on? This current conversation and topic was actually pretty interesting. Some information that I newly came across for sure. Actually, the only reason why I even came up is to ask a question earlier about the whole District X thing, but that ended up sorting itself out. So currently, I'm just here right now listening in. Just want to stop by, say how are y'all doing today? I hope this Twitter space is going amazing, and yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead, Sam.
You go.
It's just good to have you here, Don. And yesterday, Don kept us company for many, many hours in the FAFO thread, and so that was it was fun to pick your brain about your project and everything that you're bringing in. And yeah, hope to see you at some more FAFOs in the future.
Oh, of course. I really do expect. I love the conversations we had in the chat in Discord. I highly recommend anyone here in the space as well to go ahead and join CBD. Amazing vibe, amazing information, and amazing conversations as well.
That is the fun part about this. Yeah, the community Discord. It's even if Ethereum were to go down and we have to migrate, space, like we are a group of creators that transcend through different that can transcend through different platforms. So Kudos to Decentraland builders, because if you can build in fucking Decentraland, you can build anywhere. And I want to thank everyone that's been here. I do see a couple new listeners coming in. Thank you for your time. If you're new to Decentraland or have any questions at all, please feel free to ask. Just request to come up to speak, and we'll talk to you. We'll answer your questions. And if there's anyone that has any topics that they would like to bring up, just come on by. Don, did your hand just go up, or was that an accident?
Oh, no, I just went up actually. So what is one of the biggest projects? Is there such thing as like a community build on a certain parcel that has taken place?
When you say community build, are you talking about like kind of like a collaboration between like a million creators all working towards one goal?
Yeah, pretty much. Maybe like a group project kind of deal.
I know that there are like, groups of communities. Like, for example, like CBD is more like a collective of communities, but within like the CBD, there would be like, different communities. Like Last Slice, they are a community of builders. They build a bunch of stuff on Decentraland. Bringing some big brands. They've done building for like for Samsung and stuff like that. And I see that Curation's hand is up.
Yeah, I was just going to say there is a big difference between a community build and community ownership of land. So to answer your question, yes, there have been community builds where somebody has wanted something to be developed and people from different groups or entirely different groups got together and they developed X, Y, and Z experience. But from community like district ownership and whether or not they own that land, I guess that's more of the debate that we're currently having regarding actual districts.
So I actually had a question about that. So if I understood correctly, we have an individual who created LLCs to, I guess, legally bind himself to that quote unquote parcel or group of parcels, in this case, a district, I'm assuming, correct?
So, and again, this is my understanding. Please, everybody do their own research, but I will try my best to explain from what I've heard. Basically, when Decentraland was founded, people had the option of purchasing their own land or contributing to a district or both. And those districts all operate completely separately. And all of them have their own way of operating, similar to an HOA or a district or something like that. And at a point in time, the Decentraland Foundation decided that they were going to transfer land ownership over to district LLCs. So some LLCs and districts currently hold the land, but it's under a multi-sig wallet, which requires multiple signatures in order to initiate anything regarding the district. Or they have deeds, right? Like with Ethereum, where the land is freely tradable from a deed structure. Now, that doesn't disregard the point that these districts are now held by LLCs or have been. But in the case of District X, there is one particular district leader that has basically come out and I mean, you can find his screenshots of messages and stuff. Like at one point, he basically just says, like, fuck you guys, I'm going to do it all the same way I have been doing it, and sue me if you want to sue me, like show me that you actually mean business. And so from my perspective, I'm thinking whether or not his district ownership under that LLC is legal, a district leader should still have the ability to be replaced. And that's where I think the main failure is right now. Okay, Decentraland fucked up. We've got all of these LLCs now that are in the hands of a very few amount of people. That's fucked up. And they can either come forward collectively as leaders and say, yes, that's fucked up. And this is how we're going to correct the situation. Or we just get to the point where we start replacing people and maybe it does go to litigation. I mean, like, what happens from here on out regarding districts, from what I've seen, is entirely up in the air. And it, I don't know, you know, the community is very determined here, is what I'd say.
Yeah, at least in the past, this has been kind of like this has been an issue in the past, and in the past, it's just been like, you know, kind of swept under the rug for a little bit, and that's kind of like the mentality that Rob L has. Like, comes in, is like all like sue me, and like acting all cocky and shit, and then like hoping that people are just gonna like forget. So perhaps, like, you know, the more we speak about these topics, the more like the awareness of these topics come to be. And, you know, when it comes down to it, like, Decentraland can't let this go on.
No, that's the worst part. Decentraland can. And the foundation has swept it under the rug before. And the foundation's last official response was that they are separated from the district entities, and that anything that happens between the district entities and contributors isn't their problem. And that's why I did the whole chat GPT thing, because it's like, okay, everybody is saying like legally, you know, this stuff is right. And I'm like, well, fucking in real life right now, this doesn't align with the shit we're trying to do long term. Like, sure, that might have legally been something that happened, but you're going to fuck up the whole goddamn platform unless somebody addresses this, and nobody will. The foundation won't speak about it. Their legal team won't even contact us. You know, it's like, what are we left to do other than let them push us around, even though we both get the same amount of money?
I hear Hyperfi is pretty cool.
KMS.
I'm sorry.
No, but like, I mean, literally, what are we supposed to do in this very unique situation where the ownership of districts has been brought up multiple times by multiple people and groups over the course of several years, and it's never been addressed? And right now, it is being publicly communicated through the stopping of, you know, Tobik being initiated as one of the DAO members, and now it's on Twitter, it's in Discords, and nobody will respond. And from the foundation standpoint, it seems like they do not care. So literally, what do we do? How can we possibly, like, how can we possibly try to correct this if the foundation won't talk with us?
Like you said, this is like a unique situation, and you know, I feel like like, you know, community and what we call what the overlords are, the foundation, that we go hand in hand. They need us, we need them. So I believe that the more we push on this topic, I know that there have been individuals here that are listening that have been pushing this topic, and, you know, it's very important to have you. The more that they will want to care.
I actually want to add on a little bit. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. You've got the floor.
Oh, okay. Just like how DCL was saying, he kind of made a point that made me connect when he was talking about HOA and kind of adding to Simple Meat's point. He's right. I mean, just like a HOA, you can only quote unquote shit on your own people, who live under your HOA, like until if the community makes enough noise, just like Simple was saying, like they're bound to listen. And we are a community. It's just a matter of communicating like a community, saying, "Hey, what's up with this?" We just can't have one individual reaching out, which I'm pretty sure there are multiple individuals, but simultaneously just reaching out, it's bound to happen that we will get a response, given that the fact that we are a community. And like you said, they need us just as we need them. So
Thank you, Don. Bro, love having you here, and love what you will be bringing to the space. Like, is there anything that you can talk about, like what you're working on, or like your ambitions?
Sure. So my biggest ambition is actually foundationally, I see a little kind of issues when it comes to building out a certain project. So I see a lot of focus on big advertisement or big money in advertisements. Now, me, I kind of want to take it a little step backward. I'm working on specifically focusing on fashion, clothes, and being able to digitally transfer, your clothes from one set to another. We've already heard it before, but I actually want to do it in a manner that is right. So what is right? So that's another thing. So this first thing I'm thinking is an app. We have Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat. A lot of it starts in mobile applications. So that's my biggest focus on right there. I was focusing on content a lot, but can't really focus on content a lot when the fundamentals of the application are not where they need to be, even to my standards. So I need to be able to hop onto my own application of digital wearables and say, this is actually enjoyable. The UX or UI are amazing. That's why I hop onto Twitter or Instagram to, check the newly trending updates that are happening wherever around the world. And I want that same thing on the fashion sense of things, because what I see is there's a lot of decentralization in communities, which is amazing and fantastic, because now it gives us the ability to actually choose what communities we want to be in. And that is just amazing to me. So to answer your question, I really want to build a giant fashion community with the fundamentals of actual utility within the apps that I'm trying to make, with the people that I'm with, the project I'm with. So for sure, I love the process all the way. It's going to be an up and down situation. I'm not sure who said this earlier in this Twitter space, but it's kind of like the Wild West. We're going to find out. We're going to mess around and find out, and we're going to see how this goes.
So your current project, is it would you say it's like operational enough? Like would you say it's operational to this point? And
Oh,
like there be a possibility even to like, because there's fashion weeks coming up real soon, like probably end of or next month exactly. Would you say do you envision any way of being able to integrate what you're doing with Fashion Week?
Oh yeah, I would completely say so. The functionality of it is completely where it needs to be to actually be enjoyable. Now at the point that we're at is the stage of what other features could we possibly add. Like for example, if we start switching out to Decentraland wearables, what if there's going to be a day, and it's not really a what if, it's just really a when. Um, we start exchanging, dabbling into the markets of buying and selling wearables, and it can be a matter of, how would I say? Okay, well, in IRL, if I buy a fabric, right, I get my ID for it within our app, and then to make sure that you don't buy a fake one, you through our app, which is the uh, how to authenticate the purchase. That congratulations, you didn't buy a fake piece of clothing. That's where I really want to head towards. So to answer the question, I'm sorry, easily doable, easily made. It's just a matter of what does Fashion Week, or excuse me, no, let me rephrase that. What could I do for Metaverse Fashion Week is what I'm thinking right now.
I see. So, okay, so from your explanation, I was kind of have you heard of Drafo yet?
No, I have not.
Drafo is a and please, if anyone has a better definition, just send it. Drafo is like a wearable marketplace for creators, and it like links. It makes like accounts for creators, and then from there, it will link all your wearables, like from I don't know if it's operational yet, but their mindset is to make it interoperable where like one page, one profile can show a creator's wearables through different platforms. So what I was thinking from what you were explaining is like a mobile version of that.
Okay, yes, that's actually completely possible on our mobile version. You can easily check your own quote unquote inventory on one slide. These are they're actually going to be new implementations. Uh, at the beginning of March 1st, we're going to add a whole lot of bunch of features, and that's actually going to be one. Hilarious, that you mentioned that. I don't know if that's alpha, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be fine with that. So,
Sinful.
Get it?
Sinful. Drofo? Is that how you said it?
Is it Drafo?
I say Drofo, but I don't say things right. Like I say Rouston, and that's not right.
But I like it. Rouston.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
that's how it should be said.
Thank
I
you.
get a lot of
Thank
flack for this, but no, but Drofo, I just want to I would like to get consensus on that because I'm sick of saying things wrong, and I don't want to meet, I'm now forgetting the lovely lady's name, but I don't want to say it wrong in an important space. So can we just get the thumbs up with Sinful right? Is that how everyone else says it in their head? Drofo?
I believe so. I did interview Lorena, which is
that's the lovely lady I did. I have notifications on, not good with names.
He he is the founder of Drafo. I believe yes, I think it's Drafo. But
Okay.
on the other sense, it could be like, kind of like Pope,
Yeah,
One of
you either say it right or you say it like Rousden says it. I know. Okay, I mean it's fair. I just wanted to. If you've heard it from the founder, then I will accept that I'm wrong. But that is the only thing I want to talk about in this Twitter space was how we say words.
At this point, you're making me doubt myself. I'm gonna go back to the recording of that Beyond the NFT, and I'm gonna go to like a section where he says the the name.
I don't know, like Drofo. It's like someone you're fighting to get good weed from. They got the hydro, but they're your foe. Drofo.
How about is it mana or mana, Jared?
I say mana. Is that wrong?
I say mana, but I'm like from the upper Wisconsin, and so I say everything wrong because everything should be pronounced like an A, so like mana. but
yeah, I say it is 100% mana. 100%. It's mana. Come at me. Show me why it should be mana.
It's only mana if it's like a magical essence that gives you life in a video game. Then it's mana. If it I'm not trying to sound like a sage in the Lord of the Rings or something when I'm buying things in the marketplace.
I feel like wine pairs well with mana, whereas like PBR pairs well with mana.
Absolutely.
As far as if you were gonna pair it with something to drink. That's all I got. Yeah, I'm no help at all.
Don, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I'm mana gang all the way, mana. But I just kind of want to add a quick question real quick. So like if I was to, and this is kind of for all the people as well within this Twitter space, maybe they haven't, this is their first time maybe hearing about the Metaverse Fashion Week. So what would people expect like through this week? Like, do we know enough information to be able to say anything?
Well, I can speak on last year. It's 3 or 4 days of just like fashion shows. But what happens pretty much is, the brands that are coming in, they're already connected with Decentraland. They're already commissioning their wearables. And so If I remember correctly, like last year before Metaverse Fashion Week even got here, there was a influx of new wearables to the marketplace, and some of them were for sale right away. Some of them, the seller, the brands did not release them until the Fashion Week actually opened, and then some, to my dismay and anger, were never released for sale, so I could not buy them. Not salty at all about that.
Has anyone bought them? Were they given away, or did they just sit there mocking you?
They sit there mocking me. I got to model some of the clothes, and then I had to give it back. We never put them up for sale, and so anyway.
Oh, that's even crueler. They're like,
I know,
here you go.
I mean,
look how good you look in it.
These are real life issues I have here. It's
some,
hard.
Some executive was like, not enough triangles in Decentraland for us to greenlight that. Sorry, guys. And you're like, no.
Yeah. So I think there's the lead up to it. With wearables. I went back actually and counted the wearables that were submitted, and just looked at like whether the names had been minted or not minted, and it was like 60% were minted by, or were curated and created by unminted names. That's just kind of like a side tangent. Just having, I was thinking, like, wouldn't it be cool to have a discount where you pay less for curation fees if you are submitting under a minted name, because it would encourage more people in the community to make that name investment. But that's a side note.
Oh, I just stumbled onto what I have a conspiracy about. Someone just has a bunch of wallets that just have names in them, but it only has names in them, and they just use them to like pump votes for people like Tobik, who needs to generate the image of community support. Because I'm like, I've never seen Helen anywhere, and I'd remember a name like Helen, because I'd be like, damn, you got here early.
Yeah,
like,
I know who you're talking about.
How you get here?
I think, yeah, I know.
How you get here early enough to get the name Helen, but that's all you got in your wallet. That's hard to believe, because Helen went early.
No, I think my guess is like for security, they probably spit up all those names. But yeah, I know who you're talking about, because I was like, wait, what? How can they have all these?
I was like, the bot votes are one thing. You can kind of be like, oh man, those are just bots. Who knows? That's not me. Like, oh, you mean all the people with 100 VP besides one voted for you? Statistically, that's impossible. Like, the odds that is the case, and that's just, it's very very odd. But that's cool. Democracy's alive. The DAO's the future.
The day,
we got this.
Yeah. Jared, you just jogged my memory. The day that we could mint names, it was July 10th, 2019. The day that we could mint names, they did have a promotion. I believe it was, and anybody that remembers it better than I do, you can correct me, but it was if you opened a Trust Wallet account, you could mint a name for free. So I also wonder.
So you're telling me basically, okay, so now anyone I think is just a puppet wallet from that day and age. That also means that their parent, whoever owns that puppet, has been around since 2019. You're saying, or 2008? When was that promotion?
Well, that was July 10th, 2019. That was like the day that we were waiting for, because we could finally mint our name. And oh my god, I mean, I'm an idiot, because I minted the name Perusa, because that was gonna be like, if I wasn't Canessa, I was gonna be Perusa. And then I was good. I was like, no, I don't want to mint Coca-Cola. I don't want to mint Disney. I don't want to mint JP Morgan. Like, those are
no, Canessa, I hate making money too. Like you, me, the same. I know. Making money is for suckers. Integrity and just doing what feels good is the way to live your life.
Yeah, it's worked out so well for me so far. So yep, no, one name was good enough on the Magic mint day. But you can actually look up names. Like, if you look in your names, they're ordered chronologically, because that name that I know that I minted, Perusa, on that day, I actually have bought one name since then, and it was a name that had one of those My Crypto Hero t-shirts in it. And sorry if this is going on a tangent, but
wait, names had t-shirts in them?
So no, wallet. I'm not explaining myself well. On the day that you could mint, the first 4,000 people that minted a name got a t-shirt, and it's those My Crypto Hero t-shirts. There's something about just the first 100 or 1,000. I can't remember what it is, but so anyway, that when I came back here, a couple years later, I like last year, I looked in my old wallet. Luckily, I had my seed phrase written down. I could access it, and I found my old name, and then I found one of those T-shirts. And so it was Jason X that actually helped me like put together the history of that T-shirt. So anyway, this name that I bought was minted before mine. So you can kind of tell like how old a name is, just because, well, if you have like a bunch of names in your portfolio, those older ones will show up way, way, way back. Does that make sense? because you can't tell how old the names are. Like you can't, when I look at that NFT, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not minted July 10th, 2019. It was minted like 2 weeks before launch day in February. So I believe that all of these names were somehow minted, but you couldn't walk in the world. There was no application. And so, yeah, I would love to hear more about it. Like, that's as far as I've gotten. But these old names, they must have all got pushed through February right before launch, like 3 years ago, not on the day that we could mint them. And that day, I had a lot of other, actually really bad stuff happen that day. That's why I remember it in my brain so poignantly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have like specific dates like that memorized.
Cool. Thank you for the history, DCL history lesson.
Yeah. I'm like turning into a history teacher now. Save me, DCL curations.
Do you remember, Canessa, I actually, as someone who was around for the terraforming event, I found a blog post from Ari, co-founder of Decentraland, now of Big Time, saying the words, when talking about districts, groups to collectively buy larger districts. Do you remember how much of the language said buying collectively versus suggesting that the contributors were just giving away their mana like absolute morons? Because like I have a really hard time believing that anyone in the community of greedy crypto, people of 2017, which is, the vast majority of people putting their money on red in that fashion, we're just like, yeah, it's cool. I'll give you $75, guy with a dream. Like, surely it's not just this one paragraph. I can't find any other things. Like every time you find a blog post about the terraforming event, there'll be like a section that goes, this entire article's out of date. Please click this link to see the new information. And then that leads to like a dead link that's been deleted or 404'd. And I'm just trying to, but this section that says buy is above a section that says this is out of date. So do you remember? You were here?
No, I mean, I was here. Actually, the only person I talked to back then was Rob L. Funny, ironically. But I came like 2 months after the second land auction. So in my mind, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to get into Decentraland because I'm too late. I missed the boat.
That was was that the land auction that they did they auctioned off the district land they were dissolving?
That was more.
Or was that the third land auction?
I believe. If correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there were only two. The first one sold most of the upper parts of the map because I could only afford land down in no man's land where everybody is right now on the map, which is funny because that turned out to be, that's where a lot of our friends own land now is down in this area. So it turned out to be actually like some of the coolest land on the map. But
well, and also because that's where the people actually building things are instead of just huge estates owned by one person who's either not working on them or in the case of Carl, who I'm told is a lovely builder who everyone speaks highly of, he owns 5 districts. It's like a very high number of that he is just the lead on, and it's like, well, of course there are other ones that are probably suffering while he focuses on one at a time. It's just I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, I've heard Carl talk, and he sounds like the sweetest grandpa. But like, if you actually just describe that dude's situation, it sounds like you're describing it like a comic book villain. He owns 10% of Decentraland. Like, how did that happen? He sounds like a sweet grandpa, but his resume reads like a villain.
I don't mean to interrupt, but can I respond here?
Yes, please. Please interrupt me.
So, Jared, what's up? I've actually, kind of backed, the majority of your movement and really like the information that you pulled up. I would say that districts do differentiate from each other, right? So in Ethereum, for example, there is a deed structure and there is a multi-sig wallet. And Carl, for example, couldn't singularly sell all of Ethereum, right? There would have to be, I believe there are 3 signatures required on the Ethereum wallet.
Can you?
And
Just by paradigm, can you prove that one of them isn't an alt account? Like, prove it. Prove it's not. Prove he doesn't have 2.
Hold on. And I'm not saying that that's good. I'm saying that's better than the District X situation. But I'm saying that all of it is set up in an improper manner. So I'm thinking that District X is currently, being made an example of because of the way that Rob L has responded. But these districts are all set up in a very similar manner. The best thing for the community would be for all of the district leaders to come forward and essentially relinquish control. But that's not
all the more reason it's so frustrating that Carl won't comment on the situation as a district leader who owns 10% of DCL. He literally owns 10% of the land, or an LLC he owns 10% of the land. Like the person you need to speak is Carl.
And okay, so I mean, out of curiosity, if Carl came out and said that all of this is right and you're wrong, would that matter to you? Or do you just need him to come speak out and say it's all right? Or
I need Carl to have the gumption to take a position. Leadership requires doing uncomfortable things. He's done no leading, in my opinion, over this. There have been years to prepare answers to this question. There's a change.org petition that definitely made it to his eyes. It was included in a forum post that literally has a comment that's over a year old that says, Rob L and Carl are Fravel are con artists. Like, Carl has had ample time to prepare a very reasonable defense for himself. So, like, I would just like to see a leader lead.
I 100% back that, like 100%, and that's why I've been backing most of this. So, I mean,
and again, for the recording's sake, everyone I know, anytime I even mention Carl, like, Jared, you're not going to get anywhere bringing up Carl. Everyone loves Carl. Carl's a builder. He does great stuff. And I've heard him talk. He looks like a sweet grandpa, but he owns 10% of Decentraland's land. If your position is that the foundation or district leaders need to step up to take a charge in this, he's the dude who you are needing to step up, because he owns the largest and then 4 other districts, I believe. It might be 3 others.
Okay, so yeah. Earlier in this call, I said, I met with this one person, we discussed this shit and blah, 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 but, they wanted me to say that they wanted to do their public statements publicly. All right, yeah, I talked with Carl. I talked with Carl for like 2 hours or maybe an hour and a half or so this weekend. And I'm not going to say anything about his positions, but I will say that So, in my mind, these guys just don't think the same way that we think. So, from my meetings and from my conversation and what I've read about the situation, which you posted mainly, Jared, thank you, it's that it was all set up in a very shitty way, and it should have never been set up that way. And some district leaders are doing a lot more to contribute to the contributors and community than others. So regardless, there needs to be a way to remove district leaders or replace them. I mean, that's just something that absolutely has to be possible for a decentralized organization to be sustainable. But then at the same time, I don't think the leaders really know, like, like, for example, I don't think the leaders know that, like, they could go for a DAO grant. You know, if a district really wanted to drive something forward, they could bring it to the DAO and maybe we fund that. I feel like there's a big disconnect, and I feel like there are two kinds of district leaders right now. There are those that think that, yep, I own this LLC. And then there are those that are like, I'm legitimately trying to be a good district leader, but like, I'm one man and this is a fuckload of land.
Well, that sounds like they're inept leaders. I don't like a leader should understand like there's a group. Like when District X formed, and you can read the history, there was a group of people working on it. What did Rob L do to them? You know, what has Vegas City done? You can like you have millions of dollars in assets. You can sell some of them to a good actor, business person to be your neighbor, while you then use that revenue to build on the remainder of the land. There are lots of options that don't involve just totally abandoning your commitment or not building.
100% agree. And so what I'm trying to think of is what is the best approach forward for the community. And so this is where, like, I'm actually really pumped, and thank you, Kanessa and Sinful, again, for hosting this amazing space, because I'm pumped to talk to Jared, because, again, I support a lot of your views and the fact that the situation is fucked up. And I'm just wondering, how do we actually make progress on the situation? Because every district is basically fucked up right now, right? Yes, District X is an example in and of itself, but every district is kind of fucked up. So how do we unfuck every district and, 30+% of DCL land? So that's where I want to start the discussion in my mind, is like, it's fucked. How do we unfuck it?
Well, one thing that we
I was
have
totally talking with my mic off. My bad.
Oh no, sorry. Go ahead. And Dev Doug's coming up. Sorry, go ahead, Jared.
I just wanted to answer this question because I think that's really hard to address that, because there's like such a one-size-fit-all solution. It's going to be really difficult. And two good examples, I think, to compare for why that's a problem would be Vegas City and then District X. Since I think that like it's pretty agreeable that District X has failed on like any level of fulfilling their commitments, whether it was to being a red light district or not, but they still own all their land. Vegas City, I think most people, I've only heard people bring them up as in attempts to like slander other groups, but like they've sold some of their land, but they've been using that resources to build. They do in fact have a means for their community to reach out to them to fill out documents about getting what they were promised in the process. So it's like there isn't like, I can't think of a good solution that would address both types of negligence. I do think that like Morph, I think, is really big on the idea of fixing the contracts, and just much to what you were saying, getting like it set up so that districts are not in the single possession of an individual in the case of death or of wrongdoing, or just deciding that they want to sell their LLC for $6 million and walking away, which is actually, I'm told, lower than the price Rob L was asking for to walk away from District X. But I just think it's a tricky thing to solve.
You know what I wonder? Wonder how much. Not a lot has changed there in District X for for a long time. I just wonder, has anything been changed out? Like, have any new builds been swapped out that anybody has seen since?
He actually has recently started doing a few things with Riz K, who I don't know well or not, but he has done some things as of late with this one specific builder. And then he also, having used his VP to get Mr. D a $60,000 grant to do builds, like I don't necessarily think that like hosting a Mr. D Christmas counts as anything special, since you're just like, that's a person you worked with to take money from the DAO before. But he did also host the Mr. D Christmas event. In the 5 years that district has been exist, or in all of Decentraland history, they have hosted, as advertised in their Discord, 6 events. 2 of them being since December, and I guess there's something going on now. He referenced in his weak defense.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I haven't seen a lot, change hands, and so I'm just like, why isn't there active building? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe like the bigger, like if I lost my keys to my car and I couldn't get in, I might not want anyone to know until I like looked everywhere for them. Like, I don't know, like that's just my thought. Like, what if we just can't access that land? Like, what if there's some other, reason? Because I haven't seen much being built, but that's just my own, conspiracy.
I wish that the solution was that he doesn't have access to his keys, but I think, as I understand it, he controls the wallet. There's a multi-sig wallet that owns the district. He is delegated the VP, and then he's delegated push rights or something, I think, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Someone else would have to. Someone else had those details, and I'd have to reread the DM.
I only am aware of that because the build that I won the contest in 2019, that one is deployed there, and a lot of the other builds that were the winners in that contest are all deployed there, and they haven't changed, which is awesome because, like, I don't know, like if District L changes, then my castle goes away forever unless I can like retrieve it from my my hard drive. But anyway, I digress. That's not nearly as important. DevDog came up to speak, and you've got your hand up. How are you today? Welcome.
I'm good. Thank you for having me. Interesting conversation as always. I think, me personally, I have tons of builds that are just like not doing anything. So I know Carl for a little while was trying to like install community builds. But yeah, I would just suggest that we, if there can be some sort of communication reached, then that could be like a very basic start to at least getting people like to go to these districts and stuff. Like, I have full games that just aren't deployed anywhere, so yeah, if people would be open to like changing their stuff, like I'm sure other people have builds they want to show off too. So yeah, maybe that could be a possible solution.
I mean, I think it would be fantastic if any district that isn't doing something just to absolutely take the advantage of those offers, since there's nothing, I guess, like, make sure they vet it so you're not, no one is like, has, weird wallet connections to like drain their wallets. But obviously I shouldn't be too difficult to make sure the game is just self-sufficient and not nefarious. And then bam, push it onto your property and have something there. Like, and I think that highlights the like fact that, like, because Rob L's like, one of his defenses is like, well, the contract says this, despite the fact that he's also said it's not legally binding and he's not honoring it. So, and no one's ever come to do it. And it's just like, well, Rob, like, leadership, go and find, like, you could throw a rock and find someone in the DCL Discord who would be excited to push a build.
Jared, okay, like, again, I literally think the best course of action, because this is a foundation fuck up. Like, there's no way around it, right? Every district has its own individual LLC at this point, and basically, what, do we want to handle each district leader one at a time? Yes, this is the spotlight situation, but the whole situation is fucked. And so honestly, I think the best move forward is actually creating a grant to fund a legal team to go against the foundation at this point. And the reason people might think that's weird or extreme, but the foundation up to this point has completely disassociated themselves from the fact that they signed over tens of thousands of parcels to individual LLCs. And the legitimate issue right now is the fact that the foundation did that, and they will keep distancing themselves for as far as they can. But we could bring this up. We could get Cointelegraph and CoinDesk reporting on stuff like this, and then we might find a solution. And
honestly, though, the only way you get a grant like that to pass is like you need to go to the guy at Binance who can like delegate someone that VP to vote for it.
That's not true. Right now in this chat, you probably have 1 million VP.
Yeah. Okay. Rob has 4.
Yes, but I'm just saying, we're talking about in one instance. This is 1 million BP. It's all about,
I'm not even sure that's
Jared, I'm just saying, okay, say it's not obtainable. Is that still not the best path forward, right? The DAO comes together and funds a suit against the foundation saying, like, literally, please help us. We're not even doing, like, just give us help, for God's sakes.
I mean, for the record, I fully intend on resubmitting at some point to the once more prepared with his when and like all the documents is more compiled. But I fully intend on resubmitting or repromoting the District X, whatever the prop they submitted a year ago that someone else had just pushed that failed recently. But I fully intend on rewriting it because theirs was poorly written with like a proper clear. Because I don't disagree with your stance that like the foundation is responsible and should providing answers to the questions. Like, hey guys, you sold like the language Ari in his blog wrote is buy land collectively. Buy doesn't mean give away, donate, not own. So like there are like, and I'm like it's so sketch, like so many like dismissing blogs are like deleted by a writer for like things that linking about the terraforming event that it's just like it definitely feels like a lawyer advised them to delete all of their their documentation about selling people land and then giving it away to someone else.
It was probably the foundation. I'm not even kidding. The foundation probably told them to do that. Like it's wild.
Aren't they the foundation? Like who's the foundation? Aren't the founders the foundation?
So to clarify, I do know that DevDog and Don have their hands up, but to clarify for anybody listening in, the DAO and the foundation are separate entities. The foundation's main goal is basically to push the adoption of Decentraland, and they operate off of a vesting mana contract. And then the DAO, which is the one that is going to, ideally exist forever, also is funded off of the same, well, not the same, but an identical vesting contract.
So are Decentraland's founders not part of the foundation? There's no founder of Decentraland who's a part of the foundation? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the foundation and the DAO are separate entities.
Oh yeah, I mean I understand. I just didn't understand. I don't understand why this point became relevant at this moment because like I guess that's why I got confused.
It's Ari Melik and Esteban, I believe, are the founders. Was that it?
Yes.
So Ari,
and I mean, we can go to meet the team. Like Yamel was around since inception. He's not listed as a founder, but he is like in one of the like 2017 like blog posts. He is included on the meet the team.
I just have a couple of questions here. So like, I understand that one person holding a lot of land is probably bad, but just from like a legal perspective, I'm not sure there's much that can be done. Like in the beginning, the foundation was just a company.
The foundation sold property and gave it to someone else. Someone has to be able to be held accountable for that.
If I have my own company, right, and I have like a ton of assets, I can literally pay you. I can do whatever I want with those. It's like you're not like just because you're an investor doesn't mean you like can control what I do with.
That's not what buying parts of a larger district means.
It would ultimately come down to false advertising accusations from Decentraland stating and advertising that if you contributed this land to this place, you are a contributor and you still have ownership. And so in my mind, that's what it would come down to. From a legal standpoint, it would be like, yes, this LLC currently legally holds this district land, but it's due to false advertising and misleading investors.
Yeah, you don't get to give away other people's property to an LLC, and then the LLC is just going, oh, yep, I own this now, and the government's going to go, yep, that you gave that stolen property to that LLC.
Okay, so let me just
nothing we can do.
Quick. So the foundation just transferred people's land without their knowledge or any sort of agreement to the district?
So from my understanding, the foundation at one point decided that the best way to allocate land to these districts would be to have all of the districts set up their own entities, and then the land would be controlled by the entity. And now at this point, since that
a process that happened 2 years after selling the land. It's 2 years after selling the land they decided that. That's important.
Okay, but at the end, the land is a smart contract, right? So you can't just I can't just
no, because they own all of the parcels in their wallet. So yes, it's a smart contract, but how do you get that back? You can't. unless somebody hacks the wallet or unless they personally decide to redistribute.
I think if I was participating in a DAO, actively having votes about how much our mana was worth for the land, that if I was contributing to a district inside of that DAO, I think there's a reasonable amount to believe that that person would assume it would work under the same structure as the existing DAO, where like you would have land rights and those land rights would have votes that would be honored. This isn't.
I mean, I hate to say
I don't
it,
think it's
but
like a huge
in
stretch.
court,
And like
it's not,
and the fact is they've deleted
a lot of it's not based on like reasonable assumptions. Like if it's in writing,
that's fine. Based on the court, there's no written contract. There is no contract that they're honoring. They're in violation of something because they didn't come up with the idea to give the properties away to LLCs until like mid 2018, which is quite a ways after they sold the property under the argument of buy larger districts as a community.
And again, they gave land to these LLCs. Like they gave land that people already owned, or this was unminted land.
The land that everyone put their money in together to contribute to the greater district, which was then under a contract in control by the DAO, was then given just to the leaders of the districts after a very unclear and murky process where they deemed some districts to have failed to live up to their expectations and dissolved them, refunding owners, and then some of them were deemed to be meeting their expectations, and then they gave that land away. So literally DCL evaluated all these people and then decided that they could do it. There's a definitely responsibility and a process that needs to be understood in this.
Yeah. I mean, it's like
to further clarify, people contributed in 2017 to make the red light district, which would be adult content.
Yeah, but
in 2019 they weren't even making that. So the thing people contributed to was not honored. I don't know how anyone reviewing districts could conclude that the contributors' expectations bring that up, because on any past proposals, they never had more than 70% never more than 30% of contributors voting. So like 30% of people or 21% of the people, depending on which one you're referencing, decided the outcome for 70 or 80% of the people.
The thing I'm most confused about is like, I understand that District X didn't become a red light district. I understand that happened, but like then like the thing that's hard for me to jump to is like blaming the foundation for allocating that land. I just don't see there's a difference between blaming this one person who like was in control of this district and they didn't live up to what they said they were going to do. First, then going
I'm with
back
you.
and blaming the people.
There's a reason I primarily focus on Rob Bell being a piece of shit, because I think it's a harder thing to sell. I don't disagree with DCL Curation's point, and I do think that there's a very compelling argument to be made. Like, if you sell someone something, and you hold on to it, you go, okay, well, we're gonna figure out the system, we're gonna get it all perfect, and then instead of giving them a DAO system that works, you go, actually, we're just gonna give all of this to this one dude who contributed 2 parcels. He now has 200,001. Like, I think it's a pretty. I don't understand what part of that you don't understand. Like, I don't think that's a huge leap in logic. Like, you don't get to sell millions of dollars in assets to people and then give them away to somebody else.
That makes sense.
And I would just like to echo, since he mentioned my name. Yeah, I feel like that's the fucked up part. Like, I don't care that there are district leaders. I care that there are district leaders that now think that because they were in the right place at the right time when this happened, that they now have millions of dollars worth of land that they own. That's just that's fucked up in my opinion. That's pretty fucked up. But I saw Don had their hand up.
I also just really quickly want to say there's like a difference between something being fucked up and something being shitty, and like we can all be like, yeah, that sucks, and then like real legal repercussions. Like, those are not the same thing. So I just wanted to...
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why you're being so dismissive, because like if you'd like to go talk to Morph, he can absolutely explain to you the legal case. So like it's hard to present documents in a space. So I think that like being dismissive of the legal claim nature of it is kind of like a poor take.
Like, I don't want to reveal too much about my normal life here, but my partner, who I've been with for more than 3 years, is actually a contract attorney, and they've taken a pretty good look at a lot of this. And it's just like,
I would love to see the facts presented to
I like all. It's not like we're going over it in detail, but I'm reading them what y'all say in the Discord, and like we're looking over the Discord, and it's just like, like stuff has to be very carefully calculated, and like you can't just like say like this is shitty, so this is against the law. Like there's laws, and then there's
No, yeah, you could. Did you guys read the agreement that he did you bother looking at 2.1 before forming any opinions?
Jared, just wait. DevDog is totally right. Just because the situation.
Sure, but he's presenting his fact as that of an expert who we don't actually have any reason to believe.
Hold on. Just wait. Just wait. Because
the expert witness needs to be vetted.
It's not just that. It's the fact that these third parties or these secondary parties, the LLCs that were established, they went into a contract with Decentraland, right? And that was a legally binding contract. Now, whether or not that was the right thing for Decentraland to do is basically what is that question. Otherwise, you have to question the individual districts. And so I don't think it's like necessary to put so much pressure on one certain individual, but I think it's necessary to understand the fact that like Decentraland and all the districts as a whole currently have a problem that is fixable if we work with these leaders also. Like we can fix this. If leaders actually cared, then they would want to do what is in the best interest of the community. If a leader doesn't want to do what is in the best interest of a community, then we should have the ability to vote them out of that position. And so that should be the focus.
Here's an interesting
Sorry,
thought. Just an interesting thought that like we are the Wild West, and I think like I'm not a lawyer, but I've watched a lot of TV shows. Isn't there like precedent, like where in normal Web 2 avenues you would go and look at similar court cases and you'd say, well, what's precedent? Like what has been done in the past? And we don't have that here because it's Web 3. So think about like a couple like last year when all of a sudden the music licensing people came and said that certain venues had to pay, what was it, $50 or $100 for every show that they've ever had here because there was no license for playing music in Web 3. And so I think like whatever the community or whatever happens here, it's going to be the precedent for every other district. So I think that there's some huge implications.
That's why Morph's leaning to class action lawsuit, because you can appeal individual lawsuits, but if a class action lawsuit has like a verdict in your favor, that sets precedent.
I would support a class action lawsuit, but only if it's against the foundation and not District X, because at the end of the day, the foundation is ultimately the one that misled all of the investors to think that they were contributors versus donating and giving away their land. So class action lawsuit, I believe, makes sense if it's against the foundation and not a particular individual or district.
Well, there is a Discord full of people already working on a case against Robel, so I can't stop that from happening. And if he had been a cooperative and good leader who didn't say "fuck you, sue me," that probably wouldn't be happening right now. But he chose that path. He's going to get what he asked for.
I just got a quick question, actually. My cell phone is kind of messing up. Is this Jared talking about like "fuck you, sue me"? Because if it is, like, you're going crazy right now, so I'm speechless.
No. I didn't say "fuck you, sue me." Rob L said "fuck you, sue me." And my friend said, "Okay." I cannot afford to wage a legal battle against anyone, but one of Decentraland's, largest investors in L1 wearables, he has a vested interest in making sure Decentraland is, doing what he thinks is right, and that dude has more integrity than me. And I don't think anyone has more integrity than me, so I don't think he's going to change his mind.
And Morph is a smart guy. I wish I had like 1/4 of his smartness. I have a lot of respect for Morph, and so I feel like I don't know. I'm like glad that Morph is stepping up and making these, kind of taking the ball and running to the next goalpost with it. I think that's really good. DevDog, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I just don't want it to be confused that I'm saying like I think everything that happened is good, or like even like good for Decentraland. Like that's all to the side. I'm just saying, strictly from a legal standpoint, like have y'all read that original contract between Decentraland and the districts? It just seems for me like there's a lot missing, and we're going a lot of like people's individual accounts and screenshots from 5+ years ago. It makes me feel like this is like just like a genuine reaction. Like I don't think Rob L is going to like just be like, oh yeah, sorry, y'all won, good job, like I think he's willing to just sit on this and let it go. So for me personally, it's like kind of more productive for all of Decentraland to say, okay, like yes, this is an issue and we can like tackle this issue, but like how can we improve what's happening already? Like there's so many unused parcels, there's so many districts that are nothing. Like it just seems kind of silly to me to like sue the foundation and like try and like make this huge court case. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it just seems like
I mean, the
silly
majority
to
of
me to
people
go
are
that
not
route
pro.
instead of-
I just muted everyone. Dev Dog, finish your thought. Just want to remind everyone to be respectful and let everyone just finish their thought. Thank you.
Yeah, I was pretty much done. I just I guess that's just my point. But thank you.
I think another piece of this that is important is that it's not just about this district, it's about that massive VP that comes along with it, and the way that VP is used does have implications. It does affect the rest of Decentraland, and I think that anytime a district or a large VP holder single-handedly approves votes getting in, I think that's a problem. There's one that is going to drain money from the DAO just because it's a linked wearable proposal that the people are going to charge $90 to make a wearable. And to my knowledge, they're not going to pay anything to the DAO. They're going to pay like 45% after. But I think that really hurts creators. That hurts the people, my friends in this crowd who are trying to make wearables, and they take a commission for these unique ones. And so the fact that like other things like that, I just think it's like dominoes. We move one piece and we might not see the other pieces that are also moving in play. But yeah, anytime big whales vote with VP and single-handedly affect change in Decentraland, that scares me. So I personally want, I want to see questions being asked. If people don't have anything to hide, like let's just put everything on the table, see what happens. Because pain and growth is painful, and we're not going to get to like the Decentraland that we're supposed to be without freaking growing pains. We're like teenagers right now, or I don't even know if we've made it to the teenage. This might be like terrible toddler stage where we're just like trying to figure our shit out. But yeah, that's my 2 cents. I think DCL, you had your hand up, and then Dev Dog.
Yeah, I was just going to say, one, I love this because Dev Dog and we actually are planning on getting on a meeting right after this, and we're going to work together on, him creating the next series of SDK courses. But it's just so interesting that it's like, I know that I'm going to, be working with him immediately after this, but we might have differentiating views, during this current topic of debate. And I find that so interesting with like some of the people that have called me about this current district topic. And it's like the conversation always ended with like, I know we don't agree on on everything, but I'm glad we were able to have this discussion. And it's like, yeah, nobody agrees on everything, right? It's like I like X, Y, and Z, and bada bing, bada boom. Don't agree with you on this one, so like these are my reasons. So I just love having the open discussion, but I think I see existence. Well, I'll just hand it over to Dev Dog. Yeah, go for it.
Thank you. That was a beautiful sentiment, and I would wholeheartedly agree. And just echo that. No matter the differences, I have no like personal negative feelings towards anyone, and I hope the same for everyone. I just expressing my own opinion, and I respect all y'all's opinion too. And I don't necessarily think I'm right. But what Knessa said about the voting power and how that actually has a very real effect, like, to me, that's way more of a threat than like someone just sitting on land and like not developing it and not like living up to their contract or whatever. So like that's something that we could do right now, though. You know, we could like put a proposal to like invalidate district voting power, just for all districts, and like that's a step we could take right now. So yeah, like,
go talk with HP about that and see how far that goes.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the stuff in the Discord, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's like if we all like the same way y'all are caught, you think like if a lot of people come together on this class action lawsuit, I just don't see how it's different. Like if everyone comes together and they're like there shouldn't be district voting, then it is a DAO, you know, or like reduced district voting, it is a DAO until like...
to be fair, the difference is the incentive structure. There's no incentive for anyone with power in VP to align their vote with what you're suggesting. The incentive for people who've been wrong to come together to form a class action lawsuit to then get what is rightfully theirs is just much easier to like generate support for.
Yeah, I could see that, and I totally like get that, but I mean, in the same way that you think I'm kind of like, you know, minimizing your whole thing, it's like, to me that feels like a defeatist attitude. Like, oh, these whales have VP, we'll never get anything passed anyway. Then it's like, okay, then like, what really option do we have to exist at all, you know?
I mean, if two whales could each give 4 million VP each to Tobik to get him elected to a position, I don't imagine that anyone really cares about the sentiment of the community or is like engaging in the like the greater discourse around why like things are happening. And since one of those 4 million voters was one of the founders of Decentraland, it's kind of like, it does feel defeating. Because I bet you he has more VP than a 4 million wallet he named Beluga.
Why is it about Tobik?
Oh, I think that's just an excellent example of just how, like, if you actually look at the community and the overwhelming conversation about it, and throughout the process just being ignored and then, you know, dismissed with bot votes and two whales. I think it's just a good highlight. Also, I just have a personal petty issue with Tobik that is really irrelevant, but it did. I appreciate it because it is what sparked my the reason I even became aware of this greater atrocity. Because Tobik has run a community vote to pump up his wiki that he is the sole decider on what gets posted on it, and he banned me from that website within like 5 minutes of registering it under existences or one existence's suggestion I do it. So that is the only reason I have even became aware of this level of corruption, and then I just have this broken need to see things be fair, and that's how we've gotten here.
Yes, and so you know, like me not going to comment on Tobik other than the fact that, you know what, maybe he hasn't reacted in the best way possible, but he has always been willing to help me out, and he's a pretty great guy. And
hard disagree.
Hold on. And yeah, this is just personal experience.
Hey guys, I'm also just gonna mute us, and I think it's wonderful that we don't have to agree. We aren't an echo chamber, but let's just, if there's any, I know we all have personal stuff. Yeah, let's just keep it respectful. If you guys want to talk about personal characteristics, maybe in the DMs is a good place, and let's just try to keep this towards like building Decentraland. Thank you.
In the break right now, I just want to say I'm going to hop off as a speaker, but thanks so much, everyone, for listening to me. Knessa and Sinful, as always, thank you. Jared and DCL Curations, good to talk about this. I appreciate your perspective on it. And yeah, thanks, everyone, for hearing me out. Talk soon.
Thank you, Dev.
Bye.
Thank you.
I'm going to reset the room. Just, you know, make sure to like and retweet everyone. Thank you for your time. A lot of you have been here for a while. Hope you're enjoying the show. And yeah, take it away, whoever.
So I'm actually curious on are there any kind of recent advancements or features that anyone here has really appreciated within Decentraland at all?
I don't think there have been any good features released recently that I can think of, but I think that, like, you know, there's lots of good games, people building lots of fun content to check out. Like, you know, Knights of Antrim have been pushing, Roomway's been pushing cool stuff. Like, there's lots of, like, the people building on the ground floor, I think, have done a lot of cool stuff. As far as features, the only one that comes to mind is they made the chat worse. Am I missing anything?
They're trying. They're trying. The vision, although it's early, it's still buggy. Though I have I have hope that they will fix it. I mean, there's also like the passport upgrade that could have broken the chat actually.
That is nice, but it's like, it doesn't actually make playing better. It just makes it easier to like shop. Well, it's just, like it's easier to like stock someone's wallet now, but like it didn't actually I don't think it enhanced anyone's social experience really. You just like the conversation's now less. Wait, what are you wearing? That's like all that really changed. But I do agree, it is like I still like it, but it's hard to like articulate why it's better.
I like getting people's ETH addresses easily because then I can just send them stuff. I don't even it used to be so hard to connect with people on like Twitch and Twitter, and I felt like a weirdo. Like, hey, send me your ETH address.
That's true.
I remember being so freaked out by this avatar named Fermion when I got here. I was like, man, Fermion must be the most suspicious person out there. They keep asking if I'm on Twitter and they want my ETH address, and like, I don't know. I think they're gonna rug me. But come to find out, Fermion is maybe like the coolest person in all of Decentraland, and so but I didn't know. I was just like, I don't want to share my wallet. That's private.
I think Fermion is everyone's. No one's least. I don't know how to say positive things comparatively. I was trying to, but yeah, everyone loves Fermion.
Yeah,
I've had issues with everyone. I've never had an issue with Fermion. There we go. That's how I want to phrase it.
Oh my gosh, yes. So so I don't have to be the weird creeper anymore. I can just take their wallet without them knowing, which maybe actually sounds weirder.
They just need new names. We need to change the jargon because, like, hey, send me your wallet. That's a weird, like, uncomfortable thing to hear as a real life person. But if you're just like, hey, like, send me your inbox so like I can send you cool things, or like make it like give it a nice cozy name that isn't, I don't know, but
that's true because I mean we're gonna have to translate all of our Web3 jargon to the next wave of users when Google announces their metaverse venture, which I think will happen someday, or whatever the next catalyst is for the big wave. We are gonna have to be able to translate like all this. Like last week we were like, oh, we sound like angry oceanographers because we just talk about these whales and like we're sharks.
Maybe like
and whales.
The Reddit terminology, like your vault, like, hey, like send me your vault. I want to like that way it sounds more like, oh yeah, you want to like you can steal someone's wallet. You can't steal their vault.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, or since we're talking terminology, here's a deep cut, Canessa. You're probably the only speaker who will get this. An example would be, oh no,
that's a weird way to call someone old. That's all I'm saying. That's messed up. No. I'm old.
Jared,
we can all be old.
Just listen. So, Canessa, we could be like, oh man, my wallet was just realized.
Too soon. Ouch.
Hey, Gilbert Gottfried was cracking 9/11 jokes on stage less than 2 weeks after 9/11. It's never too soon.
I mean, I don't think Gilbert Gottfried's like the go-to reference I would use to defend my actions, but
Yeah, no.
Just realized.
My heart goes out to Just Realized.
Yeah, Just Realized is the OpenSea profile name of someone who got wallet drained last year.
Oh, that's the one that now has all the points of interest on their unused land.
Yeah, he lost like 200 parcels, and it took him 3 weeks to figure it out.
Well, he's probably like independently wealthy. Like, I mean, that can't be his only assets. If he took him 3 weeks, if my only worth in this world were my parcels, I would know about it.
That wallet got picked clean.
Why are you even using that wallet? That's just such bad. Like, I mean, I guess like I shouldn't say anything. Like, I sometimes connect my all of my ice wearables to things, but like why are we so dumb as people? Why do we take for granted that our assets have matured in value? Or I mean, not in my case. I don't know what it's like to own assets that have gained value, but for those of you who have, why don't you guys use a new wallet?
I think like this specific situation, I'm also just guessing that this or this was land that was purchased in the land auction, if I'm correct, Zesty. And
So the point,
you know, my
so
guess.
the guy's coins. So he had at the time, like, mana was 2 cents, and he had like something like 1 million mana. Like, this was like September 2017. He wrote it up until it got to, like, I don't know, it was like around this time 2 years ago. Guy decided, I'm gonna buy a bunch of land, and then sat on that until it got drained last spring. Well, last spring, summer, around in there.
Well, hopefully he has other avenues of that wealth, or otherwise, you know, or hopefully he has morph like Zen about things. Because the only other option is, you know, not one we want to discuss in public, because that would be really upsetting to lose that much and have, you know, no other backup plans.
Can we just take this moment to just have a reminder of wallet safety? Do not click on links. Do not trust people that you know, maybe in Discord chats that send links. Do not. What else? Do not.
Don't keep
not your wallet, not your keys.
don't keep your seed phrase on the same computer you actually use the wallet from. Use a ledger or similar device.
Nah, I'm fine. I won't be a cautionary tale for others in the future.
Man.
Honestly, sometimes I think if I got hacked, like, I feel like that would be, I would end up with like more in sympathy from like the 3 whales who like me, I think, than if I just like as is. I think it would actually end up better. I just, you know, I'm not willing to test this theory.
Leave mysterious NFTs that show up in your wallet that can arrive now that Passport gives you such easy access to it alone.
Well, no.
Don't click on those.
I mean, I don't think...
Yeah, don't...
You can't get sketchy. If you're in the DCL UI, you should be pretty... Oh, you're saying because people can easily use the Passport to get... I was saying, if it's in your Passport, you're fine. Like, you're not going to get hacked by a DCL wearable once you can, like, see it.
But they can send you a nasty NFT.
Yeah, totally. You can move those to your hidden folder without issue, but otherwise, yeah, don't accept offers. I don't understand how the con works, but I definitely know no one's sending you NFTs people are making 1 ETH offers on, so don't get tropes up.
Yeah, that was my next one. Literally, I've gotten those where they send me the NFT, and then from the same wallet they offer me like 0.5 ETH. I'm like, ha.
Though I do know, like, I've read up on some of those scams. Like, some of those scams are actually, like, the NFT isn't necessarily the scam. It's, like, trying to get you to go to their website that is the scam. Like, it's, I don't know, it's, like, there's, like, someday we'll all get to, like, share. I think there'll be a collectible market, honestly, for, like, scam NFTs at some point. Like, once we've deduced which ones aren't, you know, going to drain our wallets, we'll be like that. Then, like, oh, man, you've got, what was the one I got that was... It's some kind of word that started with a C, but it was like pixel clits. And I just remember, I just feel like I was like, man, why are you wasting this brilliant idea on a scam? Like, this could go places.
Can some techie explain why on Ethereum they do not have a burn mechanism for those trash NFTs so we can get rid of them, but like Sol does? Does anybody know?
I don't know anything about what Sol does besides rug me. I've never had a good time on Sol.
Yeah, I haven't had the best either, but they do have an option within like the Phantom wallet. You can burn those mysterious trash NFTs that appear in your wallet, or ones that get rugged.
I think it's easier just to burn the whole wallet at this point. I don't know what is in there, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to catch something that's like highly contagious just by looking in that folder.
There's the whole gas fee of having to transfer it all as well, which sucks.
Well, that's why it's nice that most of my stuff's on Polygon, at least. So, yeah, even with 500, you know, Polygon gas fees, it's still not too bad. But...
And yes, if you look it up, there's the supposed trash dump wallet address that you can send stuff to through Ethereum, but I hear it's also kind of could be scary to actually go to transfer some of these NFTs as well.
But I think yeah, I don't know, the UI issue and the like how easy it is to scam people. Like Web3 definitely needs like I don't know, like the people that are going to succeed with this technology are still going to be working in centralized spaces. Like it's like you just need that safety. Like you need to know, like, oh man, like I can sue the shit out of Google if like something goes wrong. Like there's just so much like mom and pop in the Midwest are just not going to jump on board this with like as is. There's no safety rails. It's a mess. Mass adoption requires a little bit of safety.
And it's nice to be on a panel again with you, Jared. It's been a while.
Yeah, you must have taken a vacation.
I've been sick for a little while.
That didn't stop you from joining before.
What's that?
Yeah. Didn't stop you from joining before. Just a little. We're all sick. Just sounds like you also caught like a bronchitis.
Something along that lines, yes. A little extra sick, we'll say that.
Well, we are glad you're here. Oh, no, I was just going to invite Luca up to talk, and he jumped down. We're glad that you're here, everybody. Your voices are valid, and we want to hear them. Let's see. I see definitely humans. Welcome. I haven't seen you in our space before. Welcome to the speaker panel. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello. Well, the name is Kafka. Thank you for letting me speak. I just wanted to jump in on the part about the burning mechanism on Ethereum. Now, as you said, there is a burn address, so people can send the NFTs there and they're kind of, lost, not really burned. But like many of those scam NFTs that they just drop into our wallets, thing is that to authorize the transfer of those NFTs, that's where they get you. Like this function is built in a way that actually gives them access to more NFTs in the same wallet, right? So they go and bootstrap the function itself, the default function, they change it. And then if you go to transfer them to anywhere, you give access to your wallet. And that's how they get you. So that's kind of why it's dangerous to even try to burn them. You just ignore them, hide them, forget them. And as somebody said, sometimes it's easier to just abandon the wallet after a point, And that's all. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm getting close to that point on one of my wallets is just to pack it all up and move it to a new location.
Yeah, once in a while, it's a good thing to do, I guess. Just come up with new ones and transfer any assets that you really want to hold on to. Like you should have multiple wallets either way most of the time. So anything that's really valuable or you really don't want to lose ever, you send to another wallet, and you have one that you just don't connect anywhere. Like you get a laptop, you make a wallet. You send stuff there, and you don't connect that nowhere. It's better to pay some gas,
But then how can I immediately paper hand it if I do that? There's so many. My ADHD just makes the very awesome system you described just so impractical because I'll ape into something and then I'll want to ape out of it so quickly.
No paper hands, Jared. No paper hands.
Well, no, like when you just ape into something, don't send it to your safe wallet. Like leave it in the hot wallet for a week, 2 weeks, however long it takes for you to decide if you're gonna hold that because it's an awesome community, or if it's a flip investment, something you just wanna ride and get out of and you don't care that much. Yeah, they'll leave those in a hot wallet and, be careful.
That makes sense. Basically, if you would be emotionally devastated from its being taken from you, you should keep it safe. That makes perfect sense, yeah. And I like to joke, like, have a condom wallet. That's the one you do all the risky clicking with, and then, have your safe house.
And also keep in mind that a lot of times on these giveaways, when you're posting your wallet address, that's how a lot of these NFTs get sent to you, is because you put your wallet address out there. So sometimes it's best to make that its own wallet to begin with.
Yeah, definitely. That's a good advice. Have a wallet that you're very public with. You post it everywhere. You don't really care, but that should never be your primary wallet.
I'm not 100% sure how it works, but I believe that with ENS, you can actually even set up your ENS name so that you have like a different wallet address. So you can have like, riskyclick.jared.eth, and then you can have like vault.jared.eth. Or, maybe it's the other way around, but you can like set up so you can even just have it like be ENSable. But I might be misremembering a like ENS tip someone shared with me, since I don't
No,
ENS.
I think you're pretty right. Yeah, because ENS have subdomains. So you take the primary ENS and you can create 200 something subdomains. So, and you can assign those to different wallets. So yeah, you can go that way.
Oh yeah, no, exactly. It's exactly like how you get a DCL name then. Yeah, it's just, okay, yeah, thank you. So yeah, if you want to do it, you guys can even set up vault.your ENS name if you want to be, because then it's even harder to forget. They did recommend making sure you had your ENS name purchased for like at least a decade, and to not forget to re-up, because that would be a real bummer. If you accidentally just send something to your vault that is no longer, someone else bought it or something. I don't know how ENS like squatting works.
Another thing that Lizbeth is suggesting in world is the website Revoke, and that's a good place where you can go and revoke all of your open contracts or open connections, and also just disconnect your MetaMask when you go into that. Like if you go to Drofo or whatever you call it, you have to connect to that. So when you're done, go and make sure you're disconnecting. And then you can also hit lock on your MetaMask to make sure that you're locked out. And then also just when you're copying and pasting addresses, that's another place where they can get you, if there's malware where you're, I might copy and paste my ETH address 100 times, so I don't really look carefully at it. I'm just putting it in there. Well, you will copy your address, paste it in, but their bots paste in the address they want it to go to. So that's another thing that, just be aware of when you paste. Always make sure that it looks like an ETH address, but double check that those are the correct numbers that you're pasting in. So thank you, Lizbeth, for that tip.
Yeah, and that's revoke.cash. Revoke.cash, that's a good one. You will pay a little bit of gas fee, but it revokes everything, that any permissions you gave to any of them, and you might be surprised some of them that are open. It's worth it just to even go take a look.
Yeah, I wish I understood how like smart contracts worked better, or coding in general, because like I just feel like there'd be so much peace of mind if I could actually I'll just read the code and then I'll know it's not going to steal my things. But like not none of us, but so many people don't know, and then like it's like a telephone game of like advice, like don't do this or you'll and I'm like, okay, I remember half of it, so it's like, guys, just don't click any links ever. I'm like, well, surely it's just don't click links and then don't sign things on mystery links, right? Like, is all links bad? Like, I don't actually know, so like I just go like, yeah, like don't click any links. That seems like the safest route, even though like logically I feel like it's don't click links, then sign shit with your wallet would be the follow up, but.
Well, there's always a follow up. It's never just the link that gets you, but it gets hard to explain, man. And there are so many different ways you can get destroyed after you click on the link.
Yeah,
that sometimes you just don't click on the link. Don't do it.
The man makes an excellent point, people. Ignore what I was just saying about why links might not be bad. The link is the door to the con. Just keep the door closed. Problem solved.
Yeah, and like one big example would be that apocalypse metaverse, those POSs. I had one message me recently, and I kind of messaged back, "We're on to you," with like a GIF of the SWAT team, and I got blocked, man. But having fun with it. Make sure that if you get contacted by anyone from the Apocalypse Metaverse team, that is a scam. That is already it's already drained a couple of our community members' wallets. So
what a I just hate the brazen name of the scam, the Apocalypse. It's just like at least try, like, at least make me feel like I shouldn't be mad at myself after you've conned me. Like,
There's
I'd be
also
so
there's
frustrated.
Decentraland Alpha, Jared. Would that make you feel better?
Yeah, like that's at least try. Well, do you guys remember when Worlds was first like rolling out? Like I was in like at least one, like the only DM. I'm in like 2 group chats, but one of them was like, guys, like look out for this email from scammers about DCL Worlds, and I was like, someone like we tweeted about it was like
I
actually real. We're
remember
like, holy
that.
shit,
Yes,
that's not a scam. DCL Worlds just sounds like it was a scam.
it sounds so sketch.
Yeah.
Well, I remember with the Decentraland Alpha, what they'll do, and I believe they're the same one as Decentraland Apocalypse. What they'll do is they'll send you a DM and they'll say, "What are your thoughts on Decentraland?" Or they'll ask you some question to get you to emotionally express yourself. Because I saw like Kevin on Earth, that's how their conversation started with him. That's how their conversation started with me. I, however, was bored that day, and so I told them I did want to invest because they had land next to Snoop Dogg, and I said that I'm part of an extensive team of international penguin breeders, and so we're always looking for like the next big thing, because like I don't know if you know, penguin breeding is really hot right now, and so it is. Well, in my email it was, and so
I mean, listen,
yeah,
that's amazing.
At first they were going to sell me land for like 350,000 mana, but when I said that was a little steep, they were like, well, what about $200?
That's amazing.
Yeah,
okay.
So I got them I got them to go down.
World, you should have paid them just so you could have bragged about how good a negotiator you are. Like, guys, I got them down from 350,000 to $200.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
I hope you recorded.
That's a steal.
I have all the screenshots because they did not balk when I said I had to check with my international friends who were penguin breeders, but because they're in Antarctica, I had to wait, like, because they wanted me to move fast, and I said I have to hear back from them, like, and then I got bored, and then I went on to the next thing.
Yeah, so, you're like, it's done. I'm done playing with my food.
How much is a penguin?
A penguin? Oh, I mean, like, we have to steal them from the colony, and so really, like, I mean, to pay off Greenpeace and to pay off like the penguin huggers of America, I mean, it's like $5,000 to $10,000 per penguin,
Sheesh.
Yeah. Hopefully everybody knows I'm just totally joking. I'm just going to put that out of this.
Yeah. Just in case it's unclear, Canessa is not a penguin poacher.
Not stealing from Greenpeace. I am not one of those people that would steal a penguin. I would not make a penguin omelet.
I once saw someone eat an ostrich egg, and that just seemed wrong. That didn't seem right. It's too big. Just seemed it wasn't right.
I can only imagine. I'm gonna shift the conversation from eating penguins to zesty, if you are available. I know that somebody had a question, and if you can speak on it for a second, we would love to hear.
I didn't hear the question, so hit me.
The question is, can you guys explain monkey drain?
Oh God. I don't have any alcohol within reach, so fuck it. Yeah, so monkey drainer, it's less of like a scammer, and it's more of a platform scammers use at this point. Like it's back end infrastructure. So basically they have like this ready-made solution for like these random phishing scammers, and they take a 30% cut of whatever their customers make. So if you got somebody like God, what was that guy's handle? Zach XPT wrote about a guy who made like $4 million off of hot JPEGs late last year. So you think, yeah, monkey drainer's cut for that is going to be over $1 million just off of one customer. And it was last fall, pretty much every scam I saw was somehow looped back to monkey drainer. they all use the same contract addresses on the back end, and it rotates over time just because why not? Oddly enough, well, I was kind of hoping for the one that Zach XPT wrote about to actually be the one that scammed several community members in the last few months. But no, that was a completely different pipeline of scamming. But it all looped back to Monkey Drainer, which is the common thread. That one's going to get. I feel like that one's going to be interesting over time. The people in the network, the customers, they're less important. The main one for any law enforcement is going to be taking out the back end, and that's not really unprecedented. You have cases where what was it, EncroChat a few years back, where the Europol pretty much ran a fake encrypted chat network or messaging network with their own backdoored phones that they sold to criminals, and they just hoovered up all the communications that way. These kinds of like overly complicated undercover things are totally possible. I just wonder how that's going to work out. I think it'll make one hell of a book in 5 to 10 years.
So it's like a sketch fab for hackers, where you can just like work and get commission on the things
that shit's not even like remotely new in skitty circles. If you guys remember the Mirai botnet, for example, you had that was being sold openly on like hack forums, which to this day I think is a fucking honeypot, because the guy who owns that forum is like, last I looked, he was in Vegas, and you can't tell me that the FBI hasn't resized his rectum a few gauges. Like, I refuse to believe otherwise. But anyway, the Mirai author freaked out and released the code like openly, and then Mirai just kind of exploded in use, and it was just all that did was pretty much like own people's routers with default creds, and it had a few taking over other people's to make a botnet, and before that it was being sold, and you have all these other cases from around that time period, and even before. We're talking like not even in the 2010s, but before that, where you would have these people just botnets for hire, or here's essentially a malware kit. They would call them remote administration tools, or RATs, for backdoor, just owning people, and then you can harvest their creds, use their internet connection to DDoS people, whatever. And it's Monkey Trainer's really just the same fucking business model. It's just instead of people's like internet connections and basically like their passwords, it's targeting their shit coins. Like, that's the only difference. I mean, I don't think it was Monkey Trainer, but I remember there was one some similar effort where it was basically you give them $1,500, boom, you suddenly have a wallet draining operation. Like it's actually that simple. Anybody on this space that has $1,500 and knows where to look could spin up their own wallet draining operation like in 10 minutes.
Are there any ways that one can protect themselves?
I mean, it's the same bullshit as always. Even before like shitcoins became a thing, it's just don't click on stuff, don't trust anyone. Like it's the usual like internet hygiene stuff that predates Bitcoin.
So don't tell strangers where I live?
Right. Or if you
Don't tell
where
them
you
my
live,
mommy's not home. Okay.
or if you want to tell them where you live, you give them like the address for a police station or something.
That's usually what I do.
Or if you want to be an extra asshole, you tell them the police station for their hometown. Watch it.
They'll be like, "Oh, they live actually pretty near me."
And watch them leave and watch them disconnect as soon as you do that.
I'm pretty sure you'll be blocked. Yes. Just a quick reset. Thank you everyone for being here. I see some new listeners. If you are wondering what Decentraland is, what we're talking about, why are we here, just feel free to come up and introduce yourselves. If you have any topics you want to bring up, feel free to request to come up to speak.
Is this part of your grant?
Is this part of my grant?
Like,
I mean,
is this like, because you post updates, like did this Twitter space come to exist from your grant? Like, do you include it in updates? If I was to say, like, Esteban eats babies before casting votes, like, would that hurt your chances in future grant proposals? I just like to make that. I was making that example the other day for other related reasons.
To tell you the truth, I don't really give a shit what anyone could really like. Like, my thoughts are my own, and I'm not gonna like bend to anyone because they have a lot of VP or anything like that.
You made that clear by antagonizing Robel. I wasn't trying to question your integrity. I was just curious if there were like any, like, well, you can't say like, go to spatial, or I mean, I guess we were talking about suing the foundation, so I guess it's fine.
Yeah. To tell you the truth, I'm just me. I mean, I did mention earlier, Hyper-Fi is pretty cool. There's my second.
Morph was hanging out there. Morph's all about it because like they have VR ready, right? He seems about it.
Yep.
It's like still minting,
I mean,
or something,
have you been
like 0.09?
Yeah, it's pretty down there.
Listen,
it's pretty affordable.
People were talking about how when Canessa was saying how smart Morph is, what his sales pitch for it was basically like, for 0.09 you get like a dedicated server forever. Like, you can't go wrong. Which, I mean, I guess assumes they just don't go totally under. But Morph does give Hyper-Fi a 2 thumbs up purchase. But I don't buy NFTs.
Have you seen Rustan's spot?
In Hyper-Fi, I have not, but I'm sure it's fantastic.
Have him send you that. Like, it is fantastic. So yeah, I mean, no, not really. I mean, just being ourselves. This Twitter space has been running since before like a grant was even a thought. It, like, I think the first day was like May 25th of 2022. And so yeah, we're almost coming up to our first birthday, so that's why we're thinking of like what we can do. Let's
What I'm hearing is you're cutting Canessa out of your grant. Messed up.
I've never been a part of Sinful's grant. Nope, I've never been a part of anybody's grant.
This is cold as ice. People are building the baby dolls are crushing it. No disrespect to the ladies and all that too, but like, I feel like Canessa deserves to get cut in on a grant. If anyone has ever deserved, like, not like as a bribe or some kind of like anything, like, you work hard for the community. Like, their success is absolutely standing on your shoulders. So someone should cut you in. I'm not going to be able to ever pass a grant, so I won't be the one to do it.
You know what, Jared? I will get out my swords and I will cut myself in when it's time. When I have a project that I think that I would like, that I couldn't do on my own.
That's fair.
Definitely, but I think like I would just squander it on donuts, to be honest. And I want, when I do, like, it'd be awesome to build something for Decentraland someday, but it's got to be something like I need to know that I could follow through with it. And so that's why, like, now I'm just
that's the problem though, is that like all the like good actors who are like have great commitment to Decentraland, like people like yourself, are just gonna be like, well, no, like, like, I appreciate all the ways it's hard to succeed, and I have self-doubt, so like I'm not good enough. Like, the difference between you and the majority of people asking is they just don't have the decency to reflect hard enough to know that they should have the same self-doubts. And they seem to be succeeding, Canessa, so I think you should just pick a thing and do it. But that's at a later date, not today.
Well,
but as long as you don't feel cheated by all the awesome people you've helped, that's good, because I'm sure they greatly appreciate your assistance in their DCL journey.
Oh, I hope so. I hope that they just are helped no matter what. It doesn't. Yeah. I think we're all here for different reasons, and I never came here for the money. I came here because I wanted to build a steampunk world and put like 120-year-old music on the blockchain. So like I find that I run into problems when I try to define Decentraland. When I start feeling like I'm not creating anything and doing anything, it's like, well, no, like maybe you don't have to. Like maybe just being in Decentraland is enough. Just having like a safe place to come to.
An interesting topic on what is Decentraland, because like I'm part of this whole Rob L District X, what do we do things, like forking, make our own district. Like someone's brought up the point, like Decentraland isn't real. Like Genesis City isn't Decentraland. Like like the Foundation pushing out worlds proves that they don't think Genesis City is Decentraland. Decentraland is a platform. Like technically, none of us need to hang out in Decentraland, the Genesis City proper anymore. Like we can all go say, like, you know what, you guys fucked this whole thing up. We're out. Like we're gonna go make our own Decentraland with an actual red light district and Canessa's goddamn steampunk in 220-year-old music.
It's just a matter of time before somebody forks it and creates their own world. And to be honest, there's some benefits to that. Like I don't know. I think we have to keep an open mind and keep evolving, and we have to ask the hard questions. And like the conversation today, like it's not easy. It would be so much easier to talk about like what am I going to wear to Fashion Week, but that shit doesn't matter. What matters is that our safety of our land contracts in the long term, because otherwise, anything like that, if change comes and we can't tell you why or how districts formed and how our land is safe or if they're not being built on, like nothing matters. But really, to be honest, nothing matters until it really, really operates a whole lot better. So I think we should be talking about that all the time too. Is like,
that's fair. Yeah.
How can I invite my friends here with their shitty PCs and not have them crash and think that I'm a lunatic because I tell them the metaverse is so cool and they can't even move their avatar? I think.
Yeah, and it still looks like PlayStation 1 in a lot of places. Like it's like, which is like, it's definitely tough to sell Decentraland because like so much of my excitement about it is like around the like framing it. It's like, guys, if you were here a year ago and now you see it now, it's like amazing how far we've come and like the growth, the potential is astronomical. But like if you're not actually looking at it, you can't appreciate that because like, but it looks like PlayStation 1. Jared, what are you talking about?
So, the birthday, like I posted a picture yesterday for DCL's birthday, and that picture just like it honestly started bringing back the feelings of launch day, because I had bought 21 parcels, which is a lot for me. Like it was a once in a lifetime situation where I could invest that much. And when and then spent 10 months dreaming of how it was going to look, and like, in my head, I saw what I saw this weekend in Hyperfi, like super crisp graphics and everything.
Yeah, Ready Player One was the future.
Yeah, like no doubt that's what it's going to be like. And so then when you came in on launch day and you're like, low poly, what? Like, this isn't what I bought. This isn't what I spent all my money on. Like, I can't see anyone. Like, there was no teleporting because you couldn't. Like there's nothing on the map, no POIs. Where do you teleport to? And so I would just walk and walk and walk and walk, look for like red dots on the map. And I don't know. Anyway, I digress. But I was literally so disappointed, and I didn't come back into Decentraland for a while just because life was also busy. It wasn't just because of that. But I tried to sell my land last summer, 2 summers ago. Nobody wanted to buy a big estate. And so then I like had it for sale when like Paul Zuckerberg, or whatever, Mark Zuckerberg, and I'm like so glad nobody bought it now. It's just so funny. So I have spent more time hating Decentraland too than probably that I ever give credit for. Like
I know it wasn't your point, but this gives me so much hope for my ice poker bags. Like maybe someday in 2 years we'll come back to them and they'll moon.
What are you talking about? Ice poker's going to the moon, man. That ice, like, oh, never.
I mean, I definitely. I mean, like, I like Morph's approach to things. It's like I don't care if you fail. I just care that you're building and trying. And like DG is building, they're shipping, like they're constantly shifting and trying. Like you might like I don't always agree with their explanation, or I don't always love the results, but like they're trying. And like so many of those people in Web3 are just like resting on the laurels of people's imaginations. Like once you start shipping a product, you know, imagination meets reality, and like that's gonna like you're going to be disappointed like you were when you entered Decentraland. If you're like, you know, on some level, like people will be. So no hate on DG. It's just like, but like you pointing out, like, you know, because like people did keep building, keep working, and it has improved. And like, you know, when smart people, you know, are dedicated to something, they can make something cool, even if maybe they sold a lot of the land in a really messed up way.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, it's also that like so the realization, it was last year, and I came to Genesis Plaza, and I'm like just, you know, rolling through, and I see Olavra, and I don't know if anybody knows Olavra, but like when you see Olavra in Genesis Plaza, you stop and you figure out what are they doing, and then all of a sudden Martin Shibu comes along, and it's like, okay, something's going on. I'm just gonna like peep on these people, and they're like, this is the first sunrise in Decentraland ever. And like, oh my God, I mean, I was in tears. Like, I know everybody else would be like, no, that's crazy, but to like be so invested in it and then see what I finally wanted. And it hit me that like I did the wrong thing by being mad on launch day that it didn't look like what I wanted. What I should have done is learn how to fucking build and build the sunrise that I wanted to see, or build what I wanted to see.
See, I don't think, I don't totally agree with that. Like, obviously that is a good path to take, and I think more people should look into that. But like, I don't think it's fair to use people's technical ignorance in this, like, because like that's a huge way people frame this. Like the whole district theft, in my opinion, is like, well, you know, they weren't building, they weren't going to do anything. Now they're just wanting because it's worth money. It's like, listen, you don't get to use like technical ignorance and like a 20% DAO vote to like, you know, you have the right to be mad. But yeah, like I agree with you though. It is better to, you know, as a person to, you know, understand your investment and, you know, do your best to guide it positively. But if you had invested that money into, you know, a district and then come back a year later to find out that they had totally boned you, like, I'm sorry for bringing it back to districts. It's just very much on top of my mind.
No, I hear you. And to bring back to DG, I think like the one thing that they do that I really like is they evolve. Like they mix it up, you know, when they've been hit with some huge roadblocks, like from the Tamanoia days and where they're at today. So I hope that they continue to evolve, and and you know, ice poker, if anybody wants to. What I realize is there's a lot of new users, so if anybody hasn't played ice poker yet and they want to try it out, you know, hit me up, hit Jared up.
Yeah. We can definitely find you. If you like playing poker and you like the metaverse, you can do those things for free and actually make, like, you know, something other than nothing besides fun. And it's still enjoyable. You're still playing poker. Believe it or not, Sinful at one point was like, oh, like the first day we shared, like, oh, Jared, you still like DG. I didn't get that. I'm like, has it been so long since I tweeted positively? Like, yeah, like I do get more critical of the things I love. This is true, but I thought I was still a big shill.
It's good to be critical because that's how you push forward, like from within.
Well, and that's why, like, I have a lot of respect for the DG team. Is like, for example, when I asked Rob L questions, like, Rob, did you make good faith efforts to get a hold of your contributors? He questioned my mental health. Like, if you challenge like Miles and, you know, and Ryan, like, they will like give you answers. Like, you might not love them, but they will answer them, and like they won't insult you. They'll maintain a professional tone, and like. And they will, like, you know, and they will take feedback, even though, like, you know, like when Morph said, like, whoa, this is a major, this thing I don't like. And they're like, oh, yeah, absolutely. We're going to, like, you know, we'll include that in this big change we're pushing. So, like, they definitely take feedback, which is important, I think. For a DAO to work, I think the leadership needs to be pretty humble and, you know, pretty transparent.
So since you guys are talking about DG, I have Fedora, but it says I need to replenish, do something with ice. What is that all about?
Oh, you have one of the tournament wearables, I would imagine. If it was probably one of the Christmas fedora from this fall or
I
this winter.
just got it very recently. It doesn't look Christmassy,
Uh,
but I did get it on the phone through the phone, using the phone.
yeah, I think that would be a sit and go wearable. If I need to see the picture of it, because the only other
That sounds right. That sounds familiar.
Yeah, because if you're accessing DG Project Pretty on your phone, that would be their sit and go platform, which they are also rolling out for the metaverse. They actually had an event yesterday. It's still in like testing because everything's harder in DCL. But you can actually, if you go to Decentral.games on their website, and connect whatever wallet that's in, you can you'll be able to find it on there, and you could add. I don't know if I'm pretty sure you can do it through the mobile app as well, but you can if you have ice, you can use that to put more shine on it to play sit and goes, which you would then you win badges, and you can actually you can now redeem badges for Apple laptops, headphones, some backpacks, cool hoodies. They're finally adding more things to it than just and I believe if you get the hoodies and hat, they come with a metaverse counterpart, so you get it's technically a fidgetal.
So if I the shine was the word I couldn't think of. So if I have no shine, and that was my only ticket in, I'd have to buy a new wearable in order to get ice to make it shine.
Or
Zesty
or you can just top up the same wearable.
Yeah, you can.
How do you do that?
You would. You would need to go to Quick Swap to exchange something to get ice, and then you could do it on the Decentral Games website at decentral.games.
Okay. All right.
There is also a credit card feature, no?
Yeah, you can do that, but I think that but his question was, is the only way to get more ice to buy another wearable, which is what he would have to do with a credit card, which is not. The no would be the answer to that question. That's not the only way.
I bought the wearable with a credit card, but
and
I
it probably had
make sure that it was useless now, or just an ordinary fedora, I guess. Which I do like fedora.
I would, for all intents, I would not. I, as a heavy bag holder, wouldn't love you to phrase it as useless. But in short answer to your question, yeah, unless you put more shine on it with ice, technically it's useless. But it's a lovely fedora. They're very good.
It is.
It's a lovely wearable. But yeah, technically you can't do it. You can't go play challenge mode with it because those wearables cost 0.1 ETH at the moment.
You also exist. That you can be delegated wearables, right? You do not have to own them to go in.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. We could delegate you, and then you could use banked ice. You could, there's good point, Knessa.
So I'm gonna step in right here. If you look at the Ice Poker Delegations channel on the CBD Discord, we've already don't snipe me is what I'm saying.
Never. I would never try to undercut one of you.
No, I was going to say that. Knessa, you did delegate to me at one time, which I appreciated. However, I was never able to actually do it because my computer performance was terrible. I have since got a new computer, but Zesty is going to hook me up hopefully this time.
You too good to play all your wearables now, Zesty?
So I'm at a point, Jared, where so I delegated 5 to DB last night for a stream, and he wants to keep those for the time being. Then I have my other delegate that I work shit out with, and so I only played with one last night on the.
Wait, how many wearables do you own? I didn't know you had 3 people's worth. My God, look at you balling out over here.
Yeah, my dumb DGen ass has been buying.
Fair enough. I mean, you look good doing it.
Goddamn right.
I got over the course of the space, I got a DM from a DG insider who's trying to work on a new plan that they want to pitch to not do more halvings. I'm not gonna go into any more detail about that because I imagine they probably wouldn't have appreciated me saying that. But anyway.
But does Zesty look better in that or the old guy suit?
So I got I've got the bomber jacket, pants, and shoes, and honestly, it's a toss-up. At the moment, because my bomber stuff's delegated out. Like last night, I checked in with the mutant cartel Bolero, and I just decided to wear the old guy suit.
I'm pretty sure I don't like the person old guy hired to make that outfit for him. So I'm gonna have to say we're not allowed to suggest it's of the caliber of the bomber set.
It's pretty snazzy suit.
I fully admit, outside of personal bias, the person did a lovely job. It does have that Yanakis, mwah, kind of vibe of his quality. I wouldn't disagree with that, but I am petty. So here we are. So that's, and
I will say, I was not able to get a bomber hat when those were on sale. There was one for cheap and someone scooped it. Otherwise, that would go really well with the old guy suit. But
that would probably. But yeah, everyone, you can play Decentral Games Poker for free. You can, then in turn, or get your own ice wearable. Come, guys, come and join. Literally, they just give the value away to you. They take the money from me, they give it to you.
I will say, playing one level 5 and only having 1,800 chips, that was interesting last night.
But you were only playing with one item last night. I didn't even fully appreciate that. That's funny.
Yeah, dude. Like, yeah, like when I was playing with the old man wallet, like I just had the hat. Everything else on that wallet's like delegated at the moment.
Got it. Well.
Yeah, I'm because DB wants to keep that delegation. I'm just going to delegate my Cyberpunk set out to existence, and I'll just be the old man will be the only one there tonight.
Cool. You missed out on the sit and go event, bro. By the time I got to Diamond Hand City, I had to like grind two with just 3-handed with like VIP who changed his name and Snad for a bit.
Oh,
and then
oh, dude, that that was so. I was AFK, and then I was like, man, I don't really want to like jump back in, and then Sinful like hit me up, and I was like, fuck it, okay. And then Adam GLPRK would not shut up with his sock puppet accounts. And I love the fact that every time I argue with somebody in Ice Poker and it gets like somewhat personal, it just turns out to be Adam with yet another set of Groucho glasses.
Props to the people with that level of commitment, though, to their troll game.
It's literally him every single time.
To be fair, though, if you spent that much time playing in the Stronghold, you'd be that angry.
And he's rocking at least 3 stock puppet accounts doing that. Oh, and he's probably delegating to himself, so he actually could take me up on the offer to go, quit being a peasant and walk up the steps at DHC.
Yeah, doesn't Adam have a scepter? I feel like when you say that name, I picture it in orange text in my mind.
I mean, he's big in the Discord.
Is he? I don't know what that means.
Big, one of the guys you were.
Oh wait, that's Big? No way. I should have known that. I should have known that, but that's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's the same person?
Yep.
That's funny. Okay, now this all makes so much more. I never actually knew whose Big was the sock puppet for. I just knew he was someone I didn't like.
Yeah. So I had all of his wallets tagged in Polygon scan, and I got he realized.
So you're saying if next time he's being a douche and I call him Adam, that isn't gonna make me a crazy person referring to the wrong person?
He quit trash talking you on the Discord and decided he was going to come at me because I wasn't a known quantity. And then I just kept clapping back at him, and I eventually like got fed up enough with his stupid shit to just like figure out who he, which accounts were his, like in game, and I just like would append all of his known wallets to the end of any point I had. And then he started leaving me alone and started messing with other people. And then I just started, I would just like ambush him when he would argue somebody
His
else.
his
You know,
shtick for the
oh,
longest time was to make
well,
bad faith arguments, but then like accuse anyone who was like disagreeing with things of like, oh, you're obviously cheating or like supporting chip dumpers. But like I guess based on how many sock puppets he has, I've always assumed that the person who was accusing me of being a cheater, running a cheating ring or chip dumping, was in fact doing those things, and
right.
no evidence, but it sounds like it.
And it's funny, like I'll take you and Rastan making fun of my play. Like,
yeah, I mean that's
like
I give you my chips afterward. That's
yeah,
a perfectly fine exchange.
Yeah, and you fuckers actually play with it. So like, that's cool. But like, for him, him to like want like, when I first found out about the Trambaba account, like he butted into me telling Snad nice hand.
Oh, I remember that actually. Like, and he like went off on Snad, right? I think I like just gotten there after that happened.
Yeah, that's like,
because who doesn't like these? Snad literally doesn't say anything. He like I just envision a very nice person. He says
Right.
I mean, he's very very minimal engagement. Like, there's no way to not like that human being. Anything he's ever said has been nice.
Yeah, and then when he does, he's talking about oh, I got Pocket Cowboys, and they print it like it's very chill with Snad.
Like,
so like,
if you told me Snad was someone's alt account or something, I'd be like, oh, okay, I guess that makes sense. But to be like, yeah, that Snad guy's a prick who I want to like start an argument with, it's just like, oh, come on. Even when the Jared says that you shouldn't be wasting your time having an argument with that person, like, you have to, like, I think that paints a bad picture for you.
Right.
Because I'll argue with anyone about almost anything, but I've never found any way to object to anything Snad has said. And I've objected to some people greeting me with a hello before.
I mean, hell, you've objected to me before.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you're an ass.
Right.
Not. Sometimes you just take all my chips, and that makes me mad too. But anyway, that's I think the play at hand here is like anyone like with an obvious alt account just shouldn't be allowed to talk shit about anyone, because like it's the same reason that I don't like respect Tobik's like anonymous votes with downvotes. Like if you're going to give someone the like harsh rebuke of a downvoting, like you need to like do it yourself. Like be like don't be hiding behind anything. Like if you wanna tell someone that they suck, you need to have your name on it so that they can come to you and go like, hey bro, what the fuck are you talking about? I suck. Like, defend your position. Otherwise, it's just cowardly bullshit. Maybe I wouldn't be surprised if VIP is also a big alt account or something. No, like he can actually be pleasant every once in a while.
I mean, he actually, I find him all right. Like,
yeah, I admit that I'm now changing who I think he could be, because I don't think he's someone who unquestionably like a Tom or a Hey and I'm just like, man, I know it's an alt account because the way in which they spoke about me historically. I just don't know who I think it is, and I'm just like, oh, there are like 3 people in Ice Poker who would probably be justified in saying I was an asshole. So like, maybe it's one of those guys.
Have you ever like looked in the sales? Like, or has anyone ever seen him buy wearables from the floor, or was it transferred?
I think someone did stock his wallet. I didn't. I don't stock people's wallets. It's like too much work, and then I'm like, and I know I'm not gonna like. I'm very rare. Like I'm not gonna find anything usable here. I don't know what any of this means, but I think someone did at some point, and they just ruled out. They're like, I don't think it's those 2 people, because here you can see them buying like their set off the floor at the same time, where one of the people you thought it might be was selling the exact same items, more or less. So. But no.
I wonder if like one day DG could have like a soul-bound like aspect to things where like you are, or what is it? You are confirmed as a human.
Yeah, I don't know. This is an interesting topic that I talked about before in a space that Nay was in, talking about how, like, for example, that like if you're like certain eyeballs are worth more to advertisers. If the advertising revenue is what is being like returned to the LP, it would make sense to like identify like a class of people or users that are like if you're willing to dox yourself, you're worth more to us, kind of a thing. But Nay made a really compelling argument about how like that kind of like defeats many people's belief and faith and understanding of why they wanted to come to a blockchain. That a big selling point is that like you can't discriminate against the person asking for a loan if they're applying for a blockchain loan. So then to then instill this classism is kind of like a step backwards, and I think that's a compelling argument. And it did shut me up at that point because like I still haven't figured out a good reason to say like no, but still pay me more because I'm willing to dox myself, because it just feels, in the face of that elegant argument about creating classism in the metaverse, it feels very selfish to double down on it.
Totally. And I mean, DG is like kind of like its own project in a way. And I think it all would fall on what is the team's vision. Like, do they want to go do they want exposure to like Web 2, or do they want to like stay true to like Web 3, kind of like the Web 3 culture?
Well, I think they are leaning in to some centralization, because one thing they're going to do is similar to like the way Reddit made a bunch of, like, they have custodial wallets for all their users who made their vaults. Like, you don't write, like, if you go to Reddit and make one of those accounts, like, you don't have a MetaMask number. So one of the things DG is doing is that like when you go to their website to like make a new account, like right now like there's like they're offering more and more wallets, but they're going to have it so that you can like log in with Google and like they'll have a custodial wallet for you, so that like the centralized entity that is Decentral Games will be in control of the user's wallet. It'll be fully like, as the user, when you want it, they'll be ready there to hand it over to you. But like, so like that'll, I think, will be a big way to like kind of leads to talk about what you're talking about their ethos and like where they're philosophically comfortable to be in the Web3 space, because like that is kind of like a centralized choice to be the like, you know, the custodian of the wallets. But I think that just puts on a huge barrier of entry for like new users, like trying to get people into Decentraland, like who've never ever entered crypto. Like, you've got to walk them through a lot of stuff. And then if you want to get them onto the Polygon network to like, you know, send or receive any wearables or mana or anything, that's a whole other hurdle to jump through, which is one that DG needs to get their users into, because, you know, to get the proper wearable, you now need to go into your wallet and set it up to include Polygon on it, which, you know, is a process. So yeah, so I think DG has a lot of things. Like I do think, I mean, there's a lot of concern in the DG governance channel if you'll go in there right now because of like the recent changes and like what does that mean for people who paid, you know, way too much at the top for wearables when they were, you know, going for thousands of dollars, and like how will those people in good faith, like, you know, ever be returned whole? And like I think DG's case is just like, listen, we're just going to focus on the fundamentals. We're going to try to drive value to ICE, and like, you know, that's how we'll, you know, you print ICE, we're trying to make ICE worth something. Like, so like, and I don't think anyone suggesting it's a rug is making a good faith argument. Like, I think that's like, it's disrespectful to the like amount of effort. Like, you can say like, you could, if you want your argument to be like, I think they're grossly incompetent and have failed, fine, that's your position. But to say that they haven't been building something and like executing and like on what, like, and, you know, following up, like there's no one doing more better, like in Decentraland, like there's no one like, you know, making a bigger effort to do something. So it's just like, pisses me off when people just go like it's a rug or it's a Ponzi. It's just like, it's not a Ponzi. They're building something, and if it was a Ponzi, I as an early investor in the product would have gotten a return. You know, like the flaws in the design were not ones that made anyone got in early rich. Like, most of the people who got in early, their money was then siphoned to people in third world countries playing the game. Like, just like one of the better like as like ways to lose money in Web3. Like, okay, like, at least, like, generally speaking, the money went to people who were less fortunate for once. Like, that's pretty cool, right? Like, how many Web3 project rugs or scams or screw jobs do you end with the poor ones getting the money? Like, that's cool. Like, sweet. at least we did something different from everyone else. But again, I don't think it's a rug or a screw job, and I think that they are continuing to build, and eventually will, you know, and it's one of those things, like, you know, not like, if this project failed, I would still want to, like, they will eventually make something that is a success. Like the people who invested in Twitter, like Jack Dorsey's first project before that, like failed. So it's half the people who like invested in that didn't invest in Twitter because they're like, oh, this kid fucked up. But like, no, like, you recognize the talent. Just took the talent a second to get it right. Like, it's hard to make something brand new that the world has never seen before. So it's, you know, let's not go throwing the rug accusation around too aggressively. The guy who's been calling District X a rug for 2 weeks said.
I mean, you totally have a point. That is a active team, active community. I do appreciate, like, you know, these days being able to go on Scepter Chat or even in ice owners chat and be like, hey, anyone want to play Diamond Hands? And, you know, someone will reply. And of course, my favorite, the technical support or the support team that literally, like, you, like, submit ticket and they're, like, in your DMs, like, 0.2 seconds later, like, what do you want?
They are the most responsive team. I mean,
Yeah, it's
that's crazy.
My only criticism of the DG support is that they can get a little heavy on the censorship. But I'm a reasonable person, and I absolutely respect the argument that, Jared, you are in no business to question how those poor people are trying to desperately control the way you communicate. So, you know, it's a give or take. But I think unquestionably that they have the best support team in Web3 that I've experienced, no doubt.
And I mean the governance channel has been really fucking spicy lately.
Well, and that's as you've said in the past, like, that's a respectable quality of DG. They generally let the spice flow.
Yeah, and other than like a couple of things I saw like disappear, which one of them got reworded and reposted. It's what, like, you had like Miles himself address some stuff, and then like Ryan has communicated in that channel, like, while we've been talking on this space.
Yeah, no, it's like, you might not love the answers, like, but generally speaking, I don't think it's reasonable to suggest they're not making good faith attempts to, like, hear the community out and address their concerns. Like, I don't always love the answers that I'm getting or agree, but, like, they're giving answers, they're doing their best, like, they're actively, you know, and like, and I get it, because I can feel for motherfucking Demas, who's bought his crown on secondary, like, within the last 3 months, has been, you know, owns many a wearable, has very like at my time was a peak FUD, he would be the dude being like, bro, like, chill, like this, like, very, like, calm. So, like, I get where he's at, because, like, as a Kool-Aid drinker, like, when the thing that you've been passionate about and, like, you feel like your words have gotten other people to buy it, like, when your, like, faith is rattled by something and you're just like, fuck, have I just been, like, conned and, like, selling people bullshit for, like, all this time? Like, it's easy to, like, get, like, a little extra emotional on the topic, for sure.
And for me, like, if you think about the governance chat and you know, everything Demas is bringing up, I kind of encapsulated it in the meme I posted in the memes channel on Valentine's Day, and multiple staff members reacted positively to that, and it is still up. I'm looking at it.
To be fair, I never go. Well, let me go check the memes channel. I keep most channels muted if I think they will distract me to the point of honestly, I might even have that one hidden. Channels and roles.
That one's like my own personal radioactive wasteland on the DG Discord. So you're welcome.
Let me go re-add it to my list of things so I can look at it.
It's very low volume.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing IHPG was good at, even if he wasn't rug before your time, was generating memes. He was underpaying people in the Philippines to make them, and it was probably the same as slave labor, but they did generate memes, and no one ever agreed with my perception of how they were being mistreated, so there's that.
No, like, I'm grabbing bare meme templates and dropping my own text in places.
All right, well, I'm gonna jump in here. We've been going for almost 5 hours. If you come up and speak, bring up any topics, or you know, want to ask any questions. I do see a few new accounts. Feel free to come up. If not, I think it might be a good time to start wrapping up and possibly hit Mr. Sweeve's event, which is in like 3 minutes at the True Band Room.
Yeah, we might want to scatter before the DCL baby eating Illuminati gets to us.
I don't want that to be the takeaway from my example. I do not believe that Esteban or any parties are eating babies.
Too late, motherfucker. It's already out in the wild.
However, I don't believe that anyone can successfully sue you for defamation for saying such things.
Oh no, because it's obviously parody. Like it's literally the Fox News court defense.
Yeah, my ADHD just forgot that no one else in this conversation was around in the other space where we were talking about Rob L. eating babies before voting with his VP, specifically because he had threatened to sue me for defamation. And I was just making an example about why defamations work. But anyway, I don't have anything more to say. I'll be quiet so that you guys can wrap this bad boy
up. Existential, your hand is up.
Yep, I just wanted to give my closing thoughts real quick. So ChatGPT AI, it's up to all of us to make sure it's trained well and used correctly. Remember, it's a tool. Chocolate is good for you. Make sure you check out Garden and Gully build in Decentraland. There's a link to Manoa chocolate for Roots DCL. And I was going to mention Mr. Swee's event going on as well. And also, if anyone's interested in voting for the DCL awards, that Jared has a...
Yeah, if you want to simp for a 20-year-old dictator who doesn't respect the community or you have every right to do that.
And he and I have our differences on that, just so you know. But yes, reach out to me or Tovik if you would like to judge the final nominees. It is a work in progress, so there are opportunities, of course, and hopefully it'll lead to an improvement for next year, and everybody will know that it's going on, that there's something like this happening. And
shout out to What Existence. He's just a lovely person, always working tirelessly for the community, very rarely promoting himself. He does occasionally, but it's so rare. Very often when asked for a chance to shill, he puts someone else above him, and I think that is an admirable trait to have in a community member, even if sometimes showing those other things.
Thank you, Jared. It was a pleasure seeing you. Does Nay have her spot or her spaces anymore? I haven't seen them either for a while. So
I was gonna ask about that in my closing thoughts.
Honestly, not. I delayed one. I think the problem was I delayed it Tuesday. We did it on a Wednesday, and then that threw the rhythm off. So, and I think that they've been working hard, and living on the other side of the globe makes lining like times difficult since they were doing like 3 a.m. their time kind of stuff. So, it's definitely not dead. It's just I think that I think it might shift to just be like a Sunday thing maybe, or like a Wednesday thing. Like a once and not like a 3 days a week maybe.
Hey, Jared. Here's a thought. Okay, how about? I mean, you have the team that is on the other side of the globe. Why not get someone for our time zone? They work their time zone, DCL radio.
I think it's a good idea. I mean, part of the appeal to doing the space in the first place is getting to talk to Nay, since that's it's hard to make her not. She has to be working to want to chat, and she's a very intelligent person who's got a lovely voice to listen to. So it'd be a bummer, but I can recruit a Mariana or someone else equally charismatic to make up for my lack of desirability to be listened to.
Just a thought, because it would be a shame to just stop them. I think more content is better.
Yeah, I don't think they're dead. I do think that the 3-day-a-week thing might not work out just because the nature of real life and having to align multiple schedules. I'd also pitched the idea of just because there are multiple people. It doesn't have to I think, as noted by my inability to not take over a conversation, as you could have observed, I think that they enjoy my presence. They want me there so that the talking is being handled. They're like, okay, Jared's going to do 90% of the talking. We just make sure to shut him up so that no one gets ignored, and then we're good. I think it's probably impartial why they might be reluctant to take charge of their own section of the globe.
I'd like to just maybe suggest consistency. That could help too.
Yeah, I mean, I agreed. So I think that's why we'll probably just go to a Sundays or something or maybe 2 days or something but either way, it's not dead. It was just that I had spent so much time writing and about District X and learning about that I didn't do anything else. And then and then they were busy with their doing a thing for either their BTC exploration or for wilderness. I can't remember which thing they were busy on. But then right as they were, because we were gonna do it 6 p.m. or on Tuesday. But then right as that happened, DG had announced the huge just changed to the economy. And I was like, oh wait, I got to learn about this, and I think I'm mad. I'm not sure. I can't talk about anything, and I don't want to be recorded. Where the only things I'm currently interested in talking about are either misspeaking about Rob L being a criminal, or saying DG's rugging me. Since I was as mad as this motherfucker Demas is right now when I first read it. Well, I talked to Ryan, and he explained to me his logic. I'm like, okay, because my issue is that the relationship of the cost to get the MacBooks in tournament badges versus the cost to get the wearables basically made it so that it's the financially right choice to get enough badges to get a wearable to sell it until the wearables are 1/3 their current price. But his argument is yeah, but that's why we give ice value so that offsets it. And it's okay. So my perspective was anchoring it to the rewards, but he agreed the rewards were priced steeply, so that assured my objections, and this helped me convince myself that it's fine. But motherfucker Demas needs him to say something else to give him peace of mind. That was ADHD. I apologize. That had nothing to do with what we were talking about.
I love it. Thank you, Jared. I'll pass it over to Seed. Hello, Seed. Hello, Seed. Am I rugging?
Nope, I hear you.
I hear you.
Seed, are you there?
Oh my God, sorry. Okay. I was just in the midst of doing a little play date setup for my daughter. Of course, everything happens at once. But yeah, so I just wanted to say hi, guys. I know it's been a minute, and I kind of dropped off the face of every dimension. I've just been going through some serious stuff with the earthquake in Turkey. A lot of my family is there, and I solely was devoting myself to helping I can't even think straight. But basically, I speak Turkish fluently, so I was trying to help kind of assist the process in finding those who are stuck under the rubble and getting them the help that they need, and went full on into that realm. And that's been going on for quite some time now. Unfortunately, I had to cancel the last few weeks, or I don't know how long it's been even. I literally feel like I've been in a gravitron or something. But yeah, I'm excited to do shows again. I mean, we've always planned on doing Friday nights every Friday night, no matter what. But I could have never predicted something so intense like this. A lot of people, unfortunately, were lost from this earthquake, and even though we all worked really hard to save as many lives as we could, and it's still actually happening right now as we speak. There's still people working, volunteering, doing whatever they can do to make the situation better. So my heart's broken, and you guys are filling it all the cracks with gold. And but yeah, so I'm a little bit, I guess you could say, traumatized at this point, but I'm trying to keep it together, stay focused, trying to get the Friday night thing going again. Hopefully we can do this Friday night. Might start just kind of, little do something kind of simple, just have me and Madamus DJ, and if you guys all want to come out, it's gonna be a low-key night. I think we'll probably do Friday night. If anyone is up for joining us, let us know. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how you guys all are doing. I hope everyone is doing okay. And it's, going through something like this puts things into perspective, and really it makes me miss you guys. I've really missed all of you so much. I've missed this whole community, and just being just amongst all of you has always been such a great experience, and I had to sacrifice it for a little while for the betterment of others, But interesting enough, I met a lot of Turkish people in Twitter Spaces that were part of this whole earthquake rescue mission. And I told them all about Decentraland, and they were like, "What is this place?" And I tried to explain, and it was really a lot going on at once, but I think I planted the seed in their minds, and it should be fun to see some new people come through from across the world, which is exciting because I can actually open that door for them, even though they're in other parts of the globe. So I'm kind of excited. Like, one thing led to another, and now it's like, okay, now I have like all these new friends that I just met, even though it's not in like the best circumstances, but something positive is definitely going to come out of it for sure. And yeah, I mean, I talked to them about Web3 and like this technology and all the possibilities of what could be done. So I am excited. I really want to be able to figure out a way to throw an event, to also like donate something. I don't know. I have a lot of ideas. Everything is like going through my brain, like at like a million hours per second or something. I don't even know how to describe what I'm experiencing. But yeah, a revival is coming. Seed is gonna go hard. Where I'm definitely never gonna give up on that, and I'm looking forward to getting out on the dance floor. And I don't want to take too much time because I know there's a show that's about to happen right now, and I really wanted to check it out. But I just wanted to say I love you all individually as one, and I'm looking forward to all the amazing things y'all are all doing. And yeah, I hope you didn't forget about me. I didn't leave. I just had to kind of do something for a little bit there, but I'm back. I'm here, and I'm ready for some action. So, True Band Room is happening right now, I think, right? That's going to be in a few minutes, or maybe now.
We love you, Seed. We love you. True Band Room's happening right now. Mr. Sway's having a couple snafus, and so it's still getting set up. But yeah, thank you for your words. I think we all like the ebb and flow of Decentraland. Like, real life has to come first, and some days some days we got it, we can log in. Some days we can't, and that's okay. So we did miss you. I missed being at Seed on Fridays, but you take care of real life first, and we'll be here when you get back.
I really appreciate the understanding and the compassion towards the situation, as it's been very hard to explain what it is that I'm going through and how painful it is. And I really just want to heal, like, myself, my family, just everyone in the world, and I hopefully can keep it together and keep pushing out this good energy so that things just keep getting better, no matter what. Like, no matter how hard it is, no matter how much I cry, no matter what I do, I just don't want to give up on what we're doing here. I think it's really powerful, and I think a lot of really amazing things are going to happen in the very near future. So I'm looking forward to that. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to say that your feelings are valid and that your sadness is like so legitimate and that you should not feel any shame about it, and that if you do need to cry about it, like anyone who has a problem with that doesn't appreciate the like epic and amazing thing you did for humanity to like put yourself into that situation to help people when so many I mean, no one like I didn't. I'm sure most of the people here didn't. So like that pain is like legit, and don't feel bad or like don't dishonor your memory or your contribution to like helping like by like feeling any kind of shame or judgment on yourself for that, because like that shit is hard and that's super impressive, and like someday like your kids will be able to like look back and be like, oh man, like our mom is the kind of person who like steps up to help people, and like that's something that they'll be proud of. So thank you for telling us, because I it's good to be reminded that like you can always help more people somehow. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Really, I do. It's hard to explain what it feels like. But I know that in like a larger picture overall, like it's definitely been my higher purpose in life, and I just am guided by my heart. So, you know.
and you put yourself into a situation where like you're going to be able to have all kinds of should have, could have thoughts. Like I could have helped more. I should have done this. I could have done that. And like none of those are like those are all cognitive distortions, and you shouldn't abuse yourself with those, because like what you could have done is put yourself out there to help people, and you did that, and that's amazing. So like don't feel like you feel bad because like you saw the worst parts of like existence and life and the unfairness of the world, and that is totally something that'll like hurt and just like it sucks because like the world is unfair, and like you couldn't do more, and you did a lot. So like don't be you're a badass, like whatever, like you're gonna like so thank you, and sorry that happened to you, but thank you for stepping up to do your best to be the best, be a good person. We all need to have examples like yourself out there so that we can remember, because when the car crashes, are you going to be the person standing there going like, who do they mean someone should call the cops? Or are you going to be the person pointing at someone going, you call for help? So like you're a badass. Thank you for stepping up and pointing to others, and getting help.
Word.
Back to you, Sinful.
Back to thank you. Zesty Beam, final thoughts?
No, I don't really have anything. I actually forgot to step back down. I will say I am loving our latest donkey at DHC though.
The final thought, our latest.
Yeah. And just for clarification, I am talking about Father Finn. I enjoy his shit.
Someone please take Father Finn under their wing, because
please don't. He's useful.
For your bag.
He's helping me some class.
Am I reading between the lines of what I think I'm reading between the lines?
Is this about a dolphin?
No, Father Finn.
Close to chip dumping colluder as you can get without actually being one. He might as well pick this card's face up.
Wait, where's Father Finn dumping his chips, and why isn't he giving them to me?
You missed it last night. I'll slide into your DMs. I'm gonna beatings.
For the record, I dump chips to you pricks all the time. No one ever says thank you. Is that right?
Yeah, you're also not like raising people's raises when you've got like nothing or like a low pair.
Fair. Yeah. Okay. I look forward to playing with Finn.
Or if you do, you've got the sense to do it early, not late in the hand.
Twitter Spaces are so weird. You have like beautiful, heartfelt moments, and then you just have Father Finn is bad at poker. It's like, Decentraland is a beautifully diverse space, and we are all living our own lives. So I'm gonna step
out here. Don, final thoughts? I bet you he forgot he's on a Twitter space.
I love you guys.
Oh, no, he's reacted. There he is.
Maybe
he
you can't
probably
talk.
he probably can't talk at the moment.
Yep.
Okay, well,
I had one last one too. There's no paper hands, which makes rock always win.
thank you, One Existence. And for myself, thank you everyone for being here. This one has been a marathon. We haven't had a good 5-hour marathon in a while, and I really love these. Thank you for your time. And I'll see you on Decentraland, or on the CBD Discord. Remember to join us on FAFO. What else? Meow. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Yes, thank you. And everyone, be kinder than you need to be to each other, because we don't know what any other person around us is going through. So choose kindness if you have a choice. Choose donuts if you have a choice. And have a great week. And we will see you again next week. Take care. Bye-bye.